We are back with the Chess Olympiad after a rest day. Sweden needs to finish the final 5 rounds. And today, Sweden is taking on Paraguay, which is a landlocked country whose capital is right on the border with Argentina. According to the research I did 1 minute ago. My name is Jon Ludvig Hammer, and I will keep providing you some geography fun facts, some flag quizzes, and chess knowledge throughout this week. Yes, today's opponent, Paula Oviedo. 1800 rated, thereabouts. So Anna is going to be a big favorite in this one. And Sweden wants to strike back after a disappointing 2-2 against much lower ranked Portugal. But to be fair, Sweden was very, very close to losing that match. So 2-2 was a generous result. After all, Paraguay has almost 100% hydropower electricity, says Edwig in chat. And normally you can't really trust chatters, but if your name ends with Vig, I do tend to trust you. And Norway also has a crazy amount of hydropower, by the way. Sweden, I think, does not. Well, probably Sweden does. I don't know if Sweden has that. They have mountains too, just not as many as we do. Let's take a look at where's my here. Let's take a look at Pia. Also, both Kremlings with the white pieces today. It puts a bit of pressure on you when you have the white pieces and when you're a big rating favorite. It's kind of expected for you to win and help the team, especially. Well, Anna is 300 points higher rated than her opponent. Pia only 200 points. Anna, for once, is a bigger favorite on paper than what Pia is. That's not going to happen too often this tournament. Pia is facing a women's grandmaster, Jennifer Perez, but coming off the win. Not yesterday, because it was a rest day, but the day before yesterday. We do feel like Pia, even when the opening doesn't go her way, she can still make it happen, even if it takes a little bit more time into the end game. Anna has +8 so far, says Karsten. I assume we're then talking about rating points, which I guess is a goal for this tournament. If Anna could make it to 2,100, that would be pretty sweet. But in order to do that, you are going to have to start beating some of the higher rated opponents. So far in the tournament, Anna has won 3 games and lost 2. So she's won against all the players she was higher rated than, but she lost against the players who were higher rated than her. So need to break out of that trend, but not today. That would be a mistake. Today she is the higher ranked player. And as such, we're hoping the trend continues. MacDog coming in with the prime. Thank you. Anna and Pia will easy win. Yeah, that seems like I often get some complaints that I'm jinxing stuff, but even I'm a bit more nuanced than that. Lars Drengen coming in with the prime. That sounds Danish. But we will accept your prime sub, thank you. I give a lot of hard times to the Danes, but when you have the prime sub, I'll try to zip my mouth. Money talks, or in this case, money avoids the trash talk. Okay, so we were on a really good trend for the tournament that the games had started on time for the previous 2 rounds. Before that, as I remember it, the first round was 23 minutes delayed. Then there was an 8-minute delay, and then there was a 10-minute delay. Okay, turns out starting the complaining about the delays gets the games underway. 2 minutes today, that is not too bad. We can live with that. And frankly, I could have put this move on the board before we even started. Anna with the white pieces. She is predictable. She sticks to her queen pawn opening. And it's been working pretty well for her so far. She did lose against the Hungarian? No. Spanish? No. Iranian? No. French. She did lose against the French women's grandmaster. But she did have quite a significant advantage with the white pieces out of the opening. So her white opening has been working pretty well. Okay. This was the big decision for black. When you move out your knight first, the question is, how do you want to get this bishop into the game? So there's a major difference between pawn to e6 opening this diagonal and pawn to g6 going for what's called a fianchetto, having the bishop point in towards the center. The benefit of this e6 move that's chosen is that this move also has your pawn increasing its influence in the center of the board. Anna goes knight to c3. Same thing she did against the French player. Has Paraguay played well so far in the Olympiad? That is a fair question that a good streamer would already have researched. But unfortunately, you guys are stuck with me. So far, Paraguay, every single one of Paraguay's players are gaining rating. Okay, that's not really the news we're loving to see. The player who gained the most rating is the one that's sitting out this round. But Anna's opponent today is the player who has overperformed the most compared to her rating. So the short answer is Paraguay have done well. And they scored a 2-2 result against Slovakia. And Slovakia is ranked number 32 in the tournament. Sweden is ranked 33. So Paraguay has already tied a similarly strong opposition. And in that game, in that match against Slovakia, the reason Paraguay managed a 2-2 draw there is because Paula won her game. So she was the hero of the biggest result their team has had so far. I don't know if it is good research, but I'm not sure we're feeling more confident after figuring all of this out. Schnickel, thank you for the 9 months. This is the Nimso Indian, played by Black, getting the bishop out into the game, putting some pressure on the knight. The knight cannot move as the bishop points further in towards the white king. I'm very surprised Anna is hesitating with her moves here, because normally she plays pretty much instantly as long as she's still within what she knows. And here she did play queen to c2 previously in the tournament, but the fact that she's thinking right now may suggest that her opponent has sprung a surprise on her, that this Nimso is not her ordinary opening, and that Anna is considering her options to maybe try something different than what she usually does in order to avoid getting hit by the opponent's pre-game analysis. Yeah, as I was saying that out loud, I didn't even believe it myself. Of course she's gonna go queen to c2. Who are we trying to kid? Who is she trying to kid? We all know what's gonna happen. Just do it. There's no need to pretend that you're considering your options. Oh well. We'll play along your games, Anna. Are there people who made it to IM or even GM playing only one opening? I don't know about making it that far, but Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, which is like one of the top 10 highest rated players of all time, he is very famous for playing the same opening over and over and over. And yeah, well, in case you didn't catch the top 10 thing, he's pretty good. So you can definitely just stick with one opening as long as you know it really, really well. But there is an increased danger that your opponent is gonna have some preparation, and I think the way Maxim deals with it is that he knows ahead of time a lot of ideas that have never been played before. So Maxim is kind of trying to predict what new ideas his opponents are going to try out, so that he's ahead of the curve, even though the opponent thought that they did something completely fresh and new that no one had thought of before. It requires, you can play the same opening over and over, but it requires putting a crazy amount of effort into that one opening. Well, at the top level. And then at lower levels, it could be enough to just be very familiar with the middle game plans that arise from your opening. Because having that skill set is going to be a good advantage. Anna does surprise me, and presumably you as well. She changes her move on move 4. I don't know if this has ever happened before. Normally, her first 7-8 moves are identical all the time. But here, she thought for 4.5 minutes, and then she chose a different direction. And the fact that she's thinking for 4.5 minutes, it makes me think that she didn't decide to do this ahead of the game. I feel like this is a spur of the moment inspiration to try something different. Which means that this game, both players are probably going to be out of their openings very soon, because they're both trying to surprise the other one by playing something they don't normally play and which they don't necessarily know as well as their regular stuff. And as a result of that, I am sorry to say the time management today is gonna be rough. Normally, when you go out of your known openings this early, that means your clock is gonna be unhappy for the rest of the game. When you don't know the opening as well as your normal openings, you're naturally gonna spend more time thinking about what plans to go for. Let's say I'm a beginner at a level where opening knowledge starts to matter. Is it better to put 10 hours into 3 different openings or 30 hours into one? Well, I would definitely put all your efforts into one, but keep in mind you have to do both with the white pieces and the black pieces. And when you're playing white, your opponent has like 10 different openings to choose between. So once you start getting to the level where opening knowledge becomes a thing, you quickly discover the power of powers. In which I mean the fact that if every single chess position, if every opening position in chess has 3 reasonable moves, then with white making a move and black making a move, by the time you make it to move, say, 8, then it's been 8 black moves, 8 white moves. That's 16 moves. And we say there's 3 decent options on all of those decisions. That becomes 3 to the power of 16. 3 to power of 16, which is 43,46,721 different ways the game can start under those circumstances. And that's, yeah. So, yeah. I don't think it can be understated the amount of opening knowledge that the top players have is pretty extraordinary. But it is also something that is accumulated over time. You don't learn everything in a day. You gotta build stone by stone and gradually improve your openings. And then you start hitting the millions. Except half of those lead to quick checkmate. You're not paying attention, Dark Lord. We said that we were only considering 3 moves in each position. Someone in chat can check my logic, but if we assume that every position has 3 good moves, which is, I think, very reasonable. For instance, to give an example here, 1, 2, 3. In this position, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, so 3. Sometimes it's more than 3. In this position, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 5, but this one's not too good. Oh, and also this one. I think 43 million is a pretty cautious estimate. how do the countries choose their team? That can differ from country to country. In Norway, and I think also in Sweden, there's a selection committee that tries to choose the best players. And you can't. It's a everything like that is a quite a subjective valuation, right? But normally you just go for who has the highest rating, because that's as objective as it gets in chess. But then people have to have time to take time off work and that kind of thing. But normally it's just a selection. And then some places will have a tournament where the top placed players in the tournament make it to the team. And some countries have like that the national champion, the person who wins the national championship, is automatically qualified, and then the remaining four are selected. Chicago John coming in with the 3 months. Thank you. Dark Lord, I don't know what you're on about. Only one move is played at a time? Yes. But we said 16 moves into the game. There are 43 something million ways that can happen. How would the Norwegian champion do in the Olympiad? Yeah, that's actually funny. The Norwegian champion is not selected for the Norwegian Olympiad team. But that's because they go after rating, and the Norwegian champion is quite a bit lower rated than the rest. Okay, knight to f3. This d6 move that Paula played is a bit unusual. Normally, it means that black wants to try and push their central pawn further forward pretty early on. For that reason, I'm not such a fan of this knight to f3 move. The reason being that now black's plan of pushing this pawn forward will also see it trying to attack the knight on its way. On the other hand, by moving the knight here, you're controlling the e5 square. So you're making it more difficult for that black central pawn to push its way forward. And then it becomes a discussion of whether black will be able to maybe put the queen into the center, so that the queen supports the pawn, and then the pawn advances further forward. And here we see the computer analysis already feels that black would be quite significantly better if this continuation were to occur. So this is the plan, and the knight temporarily makes that more difficult. But in the long term, if the plan is achieved anyway, this would be more effective for black, since now the pawn could move further forward and attack the knight on its journey. Pretty quickly, Paula castles, and we do not like this whatsoever. Anna has played a different path within this Nimso Indian opening compared to the one she usually does. And that is going to cost her quite a bit of time on the clock. However, her opponent seems to be pretty comfortable in the situation and is playing their moves very quickly in response. which means, well, basically, anytime someone's playing quickly against Anna, that is a potential issue. But it becomes an even bigger issue when Anna is not in one of the openings that she knows really well beforehand. So her time troubles that can be problematic will likely be an even bigger problem today based on the pace and the unpredictability her opponent has shown so far. We're gonna jump over to PS game because PS opponent just got a question mark very early on in the opening. And Pia now, if she goes pawn to e4, taking control with her pawns in the center of the board, the computer is really, really liking her situation in this circumstance. Let's zoom all the way back to the start to see how this happened. Pawn to d4, Pia, like Anna, goes with the queen's pawn openings. Her opponent responds in the same fashion when Pia now uses her pawn to put pressure in towards the center. This is the queen's gambit, and her opponent chooses to reject the gambit, at least temporarily, and instead moves one of her pawns up to protect her foothold in the center of the board. Pia moves her knight out, as does her opponent, and when Pia moves the second knight into the game, now Jennifer chooses to capture Pia's pawn. So this is the queen's gambit. When you play pawn to c4, this is a pseudo sacrifice of a pawn. If the pawn is captured, there are ways for white to be guaranteed to get the pawn back. But it's still called a gambit because you're giving, at least temporarily, away that pawn. Initially, the gambit was rejected, but then when Pia moves her knight to the c3 square, then suddenly black accepts. And there's some interesting reasons why this could delayed accepted queen's gambit can be an improved version for black. And it has to do with the development of this c3 knight. Because black now has some options to rush their queenside pawns forward and potentially kick white's knight out of the way on its journey. Pia goes pawn to e3, making sure that she can capture the black pawn next. Pawn to a6 takes control of the b5 square, preparing pawn to b5 next. And then after bishop takes on c4, I don't know if Jennifer, if there has been a relay error, or if Jennifer was just uncertain about the consequences of pushing further forward. But here the recommended move is pawn to b5, immediately attacking the bishop. And then if the bishop moves, there are circumstances in the future where the pawn may continue further forward and knock the knight out of its positioning, such as after bishop takes the diagonal pointing in towards the center, then after pawn to a4, which would normally be one of white's main plans of trying to attack black's queenside pawn formation. Now this would not be as good because black can just avoid the trade between the pawns while at the same time attacking the knight. And this is why the Queen's Gambit accepted-ish variations are considered a little bit better for black after white has developed their queenside knight. However, that was not the case here. So Jennifer chose pawn to b6, choosing not to be as aggressive, but at the same time not as weakening, with her pawn formation. The problem with this a little bit more, you could call it solid choice, but it's also a bit more passive. The problem is that it allows Pia to take control in the center much more comfortably. And here Pia has, she castled her king. She's getting her queen forward. She's ready to push her pawn if she so chooses. But she's also getting ready to get her rook into the center and have the rook point down towards the black queen. And the difference between putting the pawn here and putting the pawn further forward is that black would have one more move to organize their stuff if they had attacked the bishop. And in addition, anytime Pia now pushes her pawn forward to e4, she has to watch out for the black pawn advancing one more time, attacking the knight. And if the knight moves, then you can capture the white pawn in the center. So what I'm trying to say is that if she had been more aggressive with her queenside pawn placement, she would have been better equipped to prevent Pia's plan of taking over control in the center of the board with her pawns. Because right now, if Pia pushes her central pawn forward, yeah, you can do this pawn to b5 move, even if you went one step at a time instead of one move with two steps. But then the bishop can just calmly move back to increase the protection on the e4 pawn, meaning that black continuing further forward is not really going to accomplish anything, because the central pawn black was aiming to capture is already well protected. So I think this has been a very favorable start for Pia. The computer is very happy. And we're going to jump over back to Anna's game because it is unfortunately the case that she is out of her preparation by move 5, and she now spent 10 minutes on this previous move, and I think it is a warning of things to come. When you're out of your preparation so early, it means that you're gonna have to spend extra time formulating your opening and middle game plans, as opposed to if you had expected what was going to happen. The good news is that this queen move gets the green star, which means on chess.com that it is the best move in the position. So she invested her time well, but it's important that now that she spent 10 minutes on this move, she needs to have her plan ready for the future, and that she doesn't get stuck spending 10 minutes per move for 2-3 moves in a row. The issue there is that in order for you to be able to play a couple of quick moves after you thought for a while, it relies on you having correctly predicted your opponent's plan. And the bad news right here is that black has a couple of different plans to choose between. And yeah, it's not guaranteed. I don't think in 10 minutes you haven't predicted every single plan. You probably focused on one plan from the opponent. So I'm hoping that this rook to e8, pawn to e5 is the plan anticipated, and that she's ready and knows what she wants to do against this right now. Because I spoke earlier about how black wanted to push this pawn forward through the center. So it was the most logical way of continuing. But black could have gone pawn to b6, trying to point their bishop down through the center of the board. That would have been a completely fine move as well. And pawn to c5, increasing the pressure towards the center, just doing it with this pawn instead of this one. That would have also been an acceptable choice. However, with rook e8 coming in, I do think that was black's most logical plan, and I'm expecting Anna to make her move within the next minute or two, because I think she anticipated that this pawn advance would be black's idea. And I'm also saying that pawn to a3. I think that's what Anna is going to do. She's going to attack the opposing bishop, the bishop that was pointing in towards her king. If the bishop retreats, trying to keep this diagonal, then Anna can actually trap the bishop, follow the bishop with the pawns, and it turns out at the end of this whole variation, the white pawns are taking out all the options for the bishop, and the bishop has nowhere to hide anymore. So instead, after a pawn forward attacking the bishop, black is going to have to make the trade, and this is why Anna moved her queen out on the previous move, because she wants to be able to recapture with her queen, making sure that she doesn't get doubled pawns, which is considered a disadvantage strategically. And as I say that, the move comes in. The move is bishop to d2, not the move I predicted, but the move the chess engines preferred. So maybe an even better move. But now, actually, the tension in the game increases quite quickly, because this move does nothing to prevent black's main plan of advancing their pawns in the center of the board. And now, if a trade between these two pawns happen, it will open up for the black rook to point down on white's king, which has not castled yet. This can become a very interesting situation. I think in order to avoid black capturing the white pawn and opening up for the rook, I think Anna should make the trade here herself. Because after making the trade, we know that now the black pawn will remain on the board, which means the pawn will stand in the path of the rook, making sure that the rook cannot point down towards the white king and keep the king safe. Then you go pawn to a3, but now there's a big difference compared to the situations we looked at earlier, because now there is an escape path for black to just retreat the bishop and not have to trade bishop for knight. Ooh, but actually maybe this bishop retreat is a mistake, because then Anna can go on the attack with her knight and queen working together, pointing down towards the black king. And then look at this recommendation from the computer. After pawn to h6, there's no checkmate, because the black knight controls the square that the queen wants to use, but pawn to h4 allows black to capture the white knight, but as white recaptures, we're attacking the knight that had the important defensive task. The queen's diagonal is still open, and now we've also managed to open for the rook, and you can see how the rook and queen intersects on the h7 square, which means that black, if they try to save their knight, the queen comes in with a checkmate. I really like this continuation on Anna's behalf. I think it's the pawn to e5 coming up now is pretty much a guarantee. No other move makes sense considering the plan black has chosen. And then I feel like it's quite a big moment for Anna to realize that the trade between the pawns can be favorable for her. Because here Anna has a lot of different plans also. But I like this one the most. It's still in theory. Well, Hungry played, it's not in her theory. Just because something has been played in the past doesn't mean that the players at the board knows about it. So when we say it's theory, we do usually refer to that something has happened in the past. But that's of limited assistance if one of the players, like here, is very clearly out of their previous opening knowledge. Is this still theory? I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was, because the play had very logical foundations so far. Ooh, if you go on chess.com, you can click openings. And then you can see how many games where this has happened. Yeah, it's only 3 games where this has happened before. So yeah, this is definitely very uncommon. In comparison, the situation back here. Wait. Okay, so here we have 42,000 games. Then pawn to d6 was incredibly rare, putting us down to just 88. And then knight f3 was also rare. We're down to just 14 previous games. And then after castles, somehow we went up from 14 to 44 because the same situation has arisen previously, but via a different order in which black executed their plan. And then queen to c2, 38 games. And rook e8 was very rare. But rook e8 made a lot of sense. Rook e8 played 4 times before. And we're down to 3 games here. So, yeah, to answer the question, no, this is not theory. But this is like the plans the players have chosen are sensible plans. So just because this position hasn't been played before, similar situations with the same plans has been. Well, based on Anna's play, I would say she probably knows a little bit about what white should be doing here, because she's playing sensibly, if a little bit slowly. Do you think Anna wanted to get her opponent out of her prep? I think so. Because if we go back a little, Anna chose to play this move pawn to e3 while she normally goes queen to c2. So Anna thought for 4.5 minutes and chose something different to what she usually does. And that, I think, was a scheme to make her opponent uncomfortable. And, well, frankly, that scheme hasn't really worked out because her opponent has played reasonably quickly thereafter. But on the other hand, it's a position type, as we refer to it, that Anna is reasonably acquainted with. Was this a NIMSO? Yes, this is the NIMSO Indian opening, or NIMSO for short. Let's go have a look at Pia's game, because Pia has pushed that pawn forward in the center of the board, like we were talking about earlier. And interestingly, there's only one move now for Black not to be in a crazy amount of trouble. And that one move being recommended is pawn to b5, which frankly is just not likely to be played, because if you push your pawn further forward now, that would be admitting that you made a mistake only pushing it one step forward to begin with 3 moves ago. The problem Black is facing is that if you make any other move, White has quite a good plan of pushing the pawn further forward in the center, attacking the solid base of Black's defensive knight. And if that knight moves into the center, that causes a favorable trade for Pia. Because in this situation, even though both players lost their knight, the Black knight was a defensive one on the king's side. And we were predicting that Black is going to castle in that direction because, well, that's the quickest way to get your king out of the middle. However, here, without the defensive knight, with the opponent's bishop pointing down towards the Black king, and also Pia having this weapon with a pawn inside Black's half, even with the ability to push further forward and bring the queen into the attack on the Black king, computer says this is a pretty hopeless position for Black. And also note how after these trades, the Black pawn now suddenly is sitting in the path of the Black bishop, which means that the Black bishop becomes a much worse piece than it was originally. And, well, that could prompt the question, why not recapture with the bishop? But unfortunately, then you abandon your pawn on the side of the board, and Pia would just have an extra pawn to start out the game, which is a nice way of starting the game. And in fact, the engines are saying that making the trade and then pushing forward in the center is even more effective on White's behalf. And that has to do with Black's king not having gotten out of the center of the board. So when you then open up and get rid of some pawns, there's so much access for, in particular, White's queen and rook to point down on the Black king. So things are looking surprisingly good for Pia at a very early stage in the game. So that's great news. In the meantime, we have had a decision from Anna, which is great. She spent 10 minutes on this queen move, but then it does appear like she had a plan ready for how to proceed thereafter, because now her follow-ups have come pretty quickly, and frankly, all the follow-ups have gotten the green star, which indicates best move in the position. Green star, green star, green star, 3 in a row right there. And Anna now has the advantage of the 2 bishops. And she also might potentially take charge here with her pawns in the center of the board. Paula goes pawn to b6, so she's aiming to point her bishop down through the center of the board. And now there's a big question for Anna. Obviously, she's going to move this bishop because she needs to get it into the game. and get her king to safety. But it's not clear whether you want to put your bishop on this d3 square or the e2 square. Actually, never mind. It's completely obvious whether you want to put the bishop on the d3 square or the e2 square, because if you go with the bishop to the d3 square, you allow black to advance in the center, which they wanted to do anyway. But now with the added threat that if the pawn progresses one more step, for instance, if you get your king to safety, the pawn will then attack both your bishop and your knight, because you kind of set this up. You made it easy for black to get this pawn fork, as we call it. So actually, no, it's not that difficult. The bishop has to go to the e2 square because you have to anticipate the advance of the black pawn through the center. Anything wacky going on with board 2 and 4? I think this is a great moment to check that out. We're 40 minutes into the games. Pia has a big advantage. Anna has a slight advantage, but somewhat behind on time. And the match will be decided then based on how Sweden can do with the black pieces. First thing I'm noticing is that Inna on board 2, who has done very, very well so far in the tournament, she is facing a wall of white pawns making their way up the board on the right side, the queen side of this board. But on the other hand, Inna has the ability to push her pawns forward through the center of the board and be more attacking with her central pawns. So it is an unbalanced position, which can go either way. The fact that Inna is playing in the center and her opponent is playing on the flank, when you have different priorities like that, it often indicates that it's going to be an exciting game, because it means that the two players are trying to do very different things. Then we have Lavinia on board 4. That's the bottom right. Lavinia has a nice pawn in the center. It's protected by another pawn. In fact, she's got a whole pawn chain going. She's got her bishop pointing towards her opponent's king. She's moved her rook from the corner into the center. I'm really liking Lavinia's position. She's done everything right so far. One of the things that often become a problem in these types of positions, like the one Lavinia has, is that the bishop starts putting pressure down towards the knight, the pawn, and the rook in the corner. And that's one of the reasons getting the rook out of that diagonal early on is very good. She's also managed to have the queen give some extra defense to the knight. And I'm expecting her in the next couple of moves to go pawn to b6, just to get the pawn out of this diagonal. So typical would be something like pawn forward here, and then the knight moving away. And basically black moves everything away that the white bishop could point in towards. And then you're like, ooh, yeah, that's a nice bishop, but what is it really doing when there's nothing to attack on that diagonal? While in the meantime, black has good central control and can try and move their pieces over to the side of the board where the kings are located. So big fan of Lavinia's position, big fan of Pia's position. Anna's and Inna's can go really either way, But having two good positions already 45 minutes into the game is a very nice start. We're going to jump back to, I guess, Anna's game first. That is our priority. Anna has put the bishop on the right square. First, she chose to advance her pawn on the queen side. So she's kind of doing what Inna's opponent is also doing. And in that regard, those two games have some similarities. Anna is also rushing her pawns up on the queen side of the board. And in doing so, she also creates a possible escape for her bishop should her opponent try and capture White's beloved bishop pair. So yeah, this feels like a good move to me. The only concern is that you delay castling for one more move. So the question then becomes, can Black exploit that White has not castled yet? And I think the answer to that is a pretty firm no. Bishop to b7, good move, obvious move. Pointing down the diagonal through some important central squares. Bishop to e2, important move, gets the green star. We talked about how it would be a big mistake moving the bishop even further out, even if moving the bishop to d3 gives you more control towards the center of the board. It moves the bishop out to a seemingly more aggressive placement. But here it's just a question of what is my opponent trying to do, and the disadvantage of potentially ending up in a fork as Black's pawn advances forward through the center is just too much of a disadvantage. So bishop to e2 is prudent as a response. And for these last couple of moves, Anna has actually been playing pretty quickly. So she's both finding good moves. In fact, if we go back, okay, so pawn to b4 did not get the green star. But 4 out of her 5 last moves did. And that means she's found a good plan. And she's playing reasonably quickly. Which means my concerns early on that this was going to be a huge time scramble problematic situation in the future because Anna played an opening or a path in an opening that she doesn't normally play and as such maybe is not so familiar with. That has turned out to be an unnecessary concern. Because she showcased in the next moves that she is aware of what she's doing, and the fact that she put her bishop only one square forward, I feel is a good illustration that she understands the nuances of the position. Pia's game has also gotten some extra moves. We said that the chess engines felt pawn to b5 was the only acceptable way for Black to play here. But at the same time, that would highlight that it was a mistake moving the pawn just one step to begin with only 3 moves ago. That being said, Jennifer understood the necessity and she did push that pawn forward, getting an exclam for that. Pia goes with the bishop back. We talked about this, how the bishop now needs to give extra protection to her own pawn in the center of the board to make sure that pushing Black's pawn further forward on the side of the board now becomes ineffective. Because even though Black pushed away one of the defenders of White's central pawn, the White bishop has taken over that assignment to keep it under control. Jennifer then goes pawn to c5, attacking in towards the middle, And look at this interesting move from Pia. Does not get a green star. What is going on? This move from Pia is excellent. It's a great move. I would go so far as to say not only does this deserve the green star, it deserves an exclam for her, just like her opponent got one a couple of moves ago. The idea here is that Pia is trying to attack the black pawn on e6, and if these pawns end up getting traded right now, that would open up for the white queen to point down on the black king with some very serious issues for that king that has not castled yet and gotten itself to safety. So what do you do when you can't make the trade? Well, if you just develop your pieces normally, then your opponent is going to make that trade for you, and you get left with a pawn in the center that may be difficult to defend over time. So right now, I'm thinking the most likely move from Perez here is to go pawn to e5, where you just avoid the trade altogether because you feel like you need to shut down the center of the board because you don't want it to open up and have the white queen point down towards your king. So this move seems sensible to me. But yeah, something like pawn to b3 here would be very nice for Pia, where the idea is that first you control this square so that black cannot push forward on the light squares. Then you go pawn to a4. You attack this one. You force the black pawn to push forward, but as it pushes forward, even though white is not up a pawn or anything like that, but now white gets this amazing placement on the c4 square. That's a square that cannot be controlled by black pawns, and where the knight will have great pressure in towards the black bishop and the black central pawn. So I feel like something like this could happen, and it's very, very promising on Pia's behalf. So great start for her. In the meantime, I am a big fan of Anna respecting her bishop pair. Her opponent came in with the knight trying to take out the white bishop. And here we see one of the benefits of the very aggressive pawn to b4 played by Anna a couple of moves earlier. This move enabled the bishop to safely retreat, thereby avoiding the trade knight for bishop, preserving these two bishops. Now, here's the thing. Bishops are famously better in positions where there are not that many pawns, because pawns have a tendency of standing in the path of the bishop, example, so that the bishops cannot live up to their full potential. So why is the bishop pair so good in this situation? Well, basically, the pawns are going to get traded off in the future. As the game progresses, the longer the game keeps going, the more pawns are likely to be traded off, because that is the natural progression of a chess game. And so my coach, Simen Agdestein, coach of great Norwegians such as Hammer, Tari, and some guy whose name I forget, Swedish name something, Carlsen. Simen Agdestein, he always said, forget about pawns and bishops and all of that stuff. He said bishops are good in long games. if you expect the game to last a long time, then your bishops are likely to be good, even if there are a lot of pawns on the board in the moment. And I think this pawn move from Paula perfectly kind of illustrates that point. Because Paula makes a good move. This is one of the best moves in the position. She needs to have some central control, and having her pawn advance, creating some tension in towards the d4 pawn, is one of the recommended ways of playing for her. However, it does also highlight a very important point that, well, it is likely that pawns will be traded off either now or in the future, which then will increase the potency and showcase the potential of the bishop pair. I need to see the castle, please. Yeah, so now would be the right moment. I would also like to see the castling move on the board. But I do agree with Anna that preserving the safety of her bishop took priority to castling right here. Because the black rook is not going to be able to point down towards the white king as long as the black pawn is standing in the rook's path. So there's actually not a lot of danger against Anna's king right here. So she could save her bishop, but now her bishop has been saved, and then castling should be back on the agenda. Carlson, the famous Swede. Well, I mean, a lot of American calls him Carlson because son is like the Americanized version. And you're not going to hear me say this very often. But here, the Danes are onto something here. Because both Norwegian and Danish say sen as the son of, what's that called? Patriarchal? No. That the ending to the names that showcase whether you're the son of or daughter of a certain person. Patronymic. Yeah, I'm gonna struggle with that a little bit more, but at least you guys clearly understand what I mean. But the Swedes, instead of saying sen, they also, like the Americans, say Karlsson and Hansson and Johansson. While in Norway we say Hansen and Johansen and Haugen. No, sorry, that's different. Son of Karl? Yes. What do they say in Paraguay? Well, in Paraguay, in Spanish-speaking countries, I assume it's the same in Spain and Paraguay. They have the mother's last name. So everyone has two last names, right? So it's like well, this is an example from Cuba, but it's one of the best Spanish language chess players. Lenier Dominguez Perez. And then Dominguez, I think, would be his father's name. And then Perez would be his mother's name. But for some reason, if you were to shorten the name, you would only say Lenier Dominguez. So you would only use the first of the two last names, which messes up some people. Because my name formally is Jon Ludvig Nilsen Hamme. So we also have double last names, but well, I guess it depends on who has the cooler last name, but it's not necessarily that the father's name is the first one and then the mother's second. And I shorten mine. So while this is the point I was trying to make, while a Spanish speaker would shorten that to Jon Ludvig Nilsen, in Norwegian kind of tradition, you shorten it to Jon Ludvig Hamme. Yeah, and very, very good. So Juan Belon Lopez. So Belon, he's known as Juan Belon. But then the brilliant thing is, Anna's name, which she did on the lie detector, it's Anna something something Belon Kramling. And then in Swedish tradition, she becomes Anna Kramling. And in Spanish tradition, she becomes Ana Belon, which is a very clever way to utilize the difference in these languages to make it work both things. Yolanda, okay, Anna Yolanda Belon Kramling. Kramlingsdottir? Well, in Iceland, so the only place that really is super strict about the patronyms, because in Norway it's very common to have sen, as in son of, at the end of your last name, but in Norway we don't have the female equivalent. We don't have like a last name that's daughter of, but they do have that in Iceland. But then it's only the father. So then, if a guy has two kids, one son, one daughter, one of them would be Torvald's son. And the other one would be Torvald's dotter. The two kids would have different names because of their gender. Why is she not moving? This is normal on the channel, but she does find another top move. And she does do the castling that we were looking for. The king is in safety. She has managed to capture one of her opponent's bishops. And as a result, the chess engines are very happy with Anna's play so far. I would say unusually happy. And she still has more than half her time remaining. Okay, I think it's time to check in with the team as a whole. Interesting, on board 4, that's the bottom left. Lavinia's opponent has pushed their pawn forward in the center of the board. But the thing I noticed the most about this is that now there are no white pawns that can control the c4 square. And that's the square in front of the doubled pawns. So if Lavinia does something like... I'm not sure how she's going to execute it in the best possible fashion. But something like bishop to c4, and then her opponent's pawns are just never going to be able to move from their current placement. And then it becomes a long-term strategic thing to try and point your way in towards those pawns, such as, well, this was a bit cooperative play from white, but here we see how having one piece to block the pawns and then going after them with a different piece can be very, very effective. Well, she has to watch out for the same thing that Anna has to watch out for. That if she goes pawn one step forward, that could be a bit of an issue with the white pawn moving forward, attacking both the bishop and the knight. As long as she watches out for that or has a good plan against it, Lavinia's position looks very promising to me. Inna's position on the top right is very, very tricky. Inna has pushed her pawn on the side of the board 2 steps forward. And the idea behind this is taking control of the g4 square in order to be able to move your knight there in the future. Inna's plan now is going to be something like, if we just move back and forth with this rook, Inna wants to get her knight into an attacking position. Then she wants to get this other knight all the way over here, because it wants to join the attack towards the white king as well. And then when you're ready for it, you move your queen in, attack a possible checkmate, and if the opponent tries to counter by attacking your knight instead, you allow that knight to be captured. You just sacrifice it, and now basically you get your rook over here and you do a checkmate along the side of the board. Maybe you can do actually, this is a very nice move. Threatening checkmate. The bishop is captured, but you don't care because you just wanted to get rid of the bishop so that you could then open up for the king to move, and the king needed to move to help the rook. And then even if Inna here is down by a bishop and a knight and a pawn, well, actually not a pawn because you captured this one. But in any case, black is checkmating the white king. You're in this position, you're basically throwing everything at the white king and hoping that it works out. And the issue with this plan is that white is not going to go back and forth with the rook like I did over and over and over. So white is going to continue advancing this stuff and create counter threats. And then it becomes an interesting fight where you try to balance your attacking desires with your need of defending against white's onslaught on the right side of the board. So very, very interesting position in Inna's game. Let's go check in with Pia, because something I said could happen kind of did. So I said black should... Oh, and Pia did get her exclam for this move in the end. I did feel like that was deserved. But in order to avoid the trades and the opening up of the situation, I said black should move their pawn forward. And then I had this idea of going pawn to b3, taking control of this c4 square, and then going pawn to a4. And we said this was very promising because white's now full control of that c4 square means that the knight is going to be super strong as it makes its way there. However, Jennifer had different plans and she executes the same plan in a better way. She first goes pawn to c4, which is what our pawn to b3 move was designed to prevent. But going here first attacks the bishop has to retreat. Then she avoids the pawn trades, but now Pia doesn't have the same idea of taking over the light squared control because she's not able to push her. She no longer has the bishop pointing in towards here. If she moves her pawn forward, then black is just going to continue their journey into the heart of white's position. So this is a better version of the plan I was mentioning. However, if white strikes quickly, you can try and break down this very good control of the light squares that black has put together. And that is precisely what Pia does. Pawn to a4, another exclam. She's trying to force this black pawn to push forward because then the pawn is no longer controlling the c4 square, after which the white knight can try and reroute itself towards that very favorable outpost. However, I suspect Perez is not going to allow that to happen so easily. I'm expecting her to go queen to b6 because she wants to give extra protection to the pawn so that the pawns preserve their protection of the light squares. And in particular, it's very important to keep this black pawn here to control the c4 square, and in this case also protect your pawn and to avoid your opponent getting at that later on. Computer says big advantage to white, but it's not obvious why that is. So an interesting fight happening here, but one in which Pia both has the objective advantage, is the better player, and is the one creating difficult decisions for the opponent. That being said, look at this. 1 minute and 1 hour and 9 minutes for the Paraguayan. Is that right? Paraguayese. And 48 minutes for Pia. And then we go to Anna's game. 1 hour and 9 minutes for the opponent and 48 minutes for Anna. Anna literally has the same time management as Pia. Or should we say Pia has the same time management as Anna? One of those sound better than the other. Like mother, like daughter. Yeah, I don't know. Like daughter, like mother. Yeah, that one kind of sounds more accurate, Rolling Thunder. I do fear that it's Anna's time management that has infected Pia and not the other way around. I think Pia was the original and Anna is continuing the tradition. Yeah, but Pia's supposed to have gotten her act together. At least that was the story Anna told on stream the other day. And that now Pia's time management is much better than it was back in the day when she was young, like Anna is young now. Okay, in any case, let's go back to Anna's game, because what's happening on the board right now is quite similar to the situation we had in the Nimso Indian. In the game, Anna had a good advantage but ended up losing the game. because in that game against Mitra, what happened was that the black rook pointed down towards the white queen, and that became a serious issue. And then we talked about what was the right strategic decision to address this problem. And that very same plan is popping up as one of the computer's main choices in this situation. Anyone remember? So this bishop would like to point down towards the black king, but there's a pawn in the way. That's hint number one. Then hint number two is that as long as black has a pawn on this c5 square, the rook's pressure towards the queen is not going to be very effective. So the answer is, like Toby says in chat, first we make a trade, but the pawn we trade first is the one we actually had in the middle of the board, but that we're happy to get rid of in order to open up our bishop's potential. And then as black recaptures, we go pawn to b5, because we don't want the trade between these two pawns, as that would allow the rook to point down on the queen. Instead, by making sure that the black pawn remains on the board, the black rook is staring in to nothingness. It's ineffective. And Anna had this plan against Jules in Los Angeles at the chess camp. She had this plan against Mitra just a couple of rounds ago, and now she's getting the opportunity again. And I feel like this is a good moment to address a lot of those questions we've had, which is like, what is the advantage and disadvantage of playing the same opening over and over? And here, there are the disadvantages of playing the same thing over and over are pretty straightforward. You become very predictable. But this is one of those really good illustrations of the advantage of playing the same thing. Because if you then know the strategic ideas, those same ideas will pop up, even if this position is quite dissimilar. Like, it's not the same placement of all the pieces, like the game against Jules and like the game against Mitra. But the same principle and concept still applies. Okay, Anna goes rook to d1, but it's not the end of the world. The key thing here is keeping in mind the idea of takes and pawn to b5. Because frankly, it's likely that the idea will be available later on. The only way black can make sure that Anna no longer has this option, and by the way, in this case, now it would be even better, right? Because now you have a rook down the center of the board. And the only way black could prevent this is by making the trade in the center themselves. And to be honest, maybe black should make that move because white's idea is so good. But then afterwards, white has a really good central control in towards black's half. And the computer really likes this position for white, and it really likes this position for white. But I guess my argument is that in this circumstance, here white has a pawn that's standing in the path of the bishop and of the rook, whereas black has a rook pointing down on white's queen. So while the chess engines may say these two moves or these two plans are equivalent, The reality is that some things are easier for a human to play and understand than others. And this would be a very good illustration of this position here for white is more difficult to deal with because of the pressure towards the queen and the white pawn standing in the way of your pieces. This is more difficult than this position, where you have all the advantages and none of the disadvantages. Computer can say the two situations are equal in strength, but especially with Anna's time management, we also have to assess which one becomes the easiest one to play, where the plans are the most obvious. And I would say that's this one. So I'm hoping she gets another opportunity to showcase that typical plan for white in the Nimzo Indian. Why not take with the knight? Because the computer says it's not as good. Dude, I don't know. Taking with the knight makes more sense to me. But computer said only taking with the pawn is good. Which is, once again, a great illustration of the fact that this position is more difficult to understand. Okay, computer says if you take with the knight, then pawn to d5 creates this pressure against white's pawn and the rook pointing down on the queen. Whereas if you take with the pawn, this idea is very, very bad because white then has the support needed to continue forward on the board. Interesting, but difficult. Okay, I'm going to take a break now. We're going to go to the overview. To sum up, Pia with an advantage in a tricky position. Anna with an advantage, and we're not sure whether it's going to be a tricky position or not. It depends on the plan her opponent chooses. Inna has a super tricky position where Inna is trying to attack on the left, her opponent on the right, who's going to win the race. And then Lavinia has a excellent position. Nothing bad to say about that, only good things. Lavinia has a clear advantage, the clearest of everyone right now, in my opinion. That's on the bottom right. Okay, apparently we have video, so I'm gonna see if I can try and fix that. Oh, muted. I might as well. I was just saying it's not the greatest angle. It's mostly Anna's hair, but I guess it's pretty good. Better than nothing. This is a picture? Oh, it is frozen. Okay, hold on. Um, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just temporarily frozen. Because here, if you want to see Magnus, you can. By the way, very nice. And here, if you want to see everything, wow, all those people. And then here we have people's backs. Anna's is the only one that's not actually. It's the only one that's frozen, which makes me think it's not supposed to be frozen. And I have some hopes of that it will unfreeze at some point. Anna froze time so she could think longer. Oh, that would be a good strategy. That would be a superpower she's in need of. But right now, it's actually her opponent's turn, so it would work against the goal. Yeah, I don't know. I can check in to see whether the camera comes back. Hmm. Maybe let me double check. Yeah, no, that it is very frozen. I'm sorry to say. I tried moving around some stuff and a different password. Um, I'll check in if the picture unfreezes. Pawn to f5 on the board. So clearly, black is stating their attacking hopes in this situation. Trying to maybe bring the queen out afterwards, point the queen down towards the white king. Now, the big difference now compared to on the previous move, we talked about how making this trade is very sensible for Anna just on principle. And now it's kind of even better because if this trade happens, black can no longer recapture with the central pawn to keep the same 3 versus 3 on the left side of the board, because now the white rook has come in pointing down towards the black queen. And you can go knight to e5, increasing this pressure down the center of the board. So this time, if Anna makes the trade, her opponent is going to have to recapture what we call in towards the center when you take a pawn that's on the edge in towards the middle. Normally, that's what you're supposed to do. That's kind of considered favorable. But my concern here has been that if you make such a decision, white can just push their 2 versus 1 on the left side of the board and just get a big advantage in that way. However, computer says pawn to e5, so black takes over in the middle. Wow, what a plan! The pawn moving forward not only blocked this bishop's diagonal, but it created an opening for the rook to now point itself down towards the white king. And even though Anna has some very dangerous pawns on the queen side, this is kind of similar to what Inna is doing in her game. Because while Anna is better on the left side of the board, her opponent then takes charge on the opposite side. And well, oftentimes when you're attacking one side each, it's always more dangerous for the attack is more dangerous on the side of the board where the kings are. Because even if you lose a pawn or your opponent gets a new queen on the left side, if you get your attack through on the opposite side, you checkmate the opponent's king, and that's the end of the game. So this could become very, very spicy moving forward. We'll have to let Anna think about this for a minute, because frankly, now it's becoming very, very tricky. Pia has made a move, and her opponent has made 2 of them. And frankly, the decision was, I would say, not the right one. We were talking about this situation where Pia pointed her pressure in towards the b5 pawn. Black desperately needed to preserve this pawn chain, the pawns protecting each other up the board. And my suggested solution for doing just that was queen to b6, keeping the pawn safe. However, instead, Jennifer, after a very long think, 25 minutes she spent, she went pawn to b4, which does push the knight back. But it also means that Pia now has a very easy plan targeting the pawn on c4 and trying to get one of her knights there, because then the knight can keep putting pressure on the square in front of her central protected passed pawn. We call this one in let's do it in blue. And also put some pressure in towards the pawn on e5. So life is good. Queen to c7 tries to protect the pawn. Now Pia will use her knight to attack. Jennifer then presumably will use her rook to defend. And good news, Pia has not only one but two knights that can attack this pawn. And here comes the other one. And one of the knights will make it to the c4 square. Trying to defend with the black knight is not going to work because the white pawn can knock that piece out of its position. And this is a winning situation for Pia. So all Pia needs to do now is just have as many things attacking this pawn as possible. And if she then succeeds in luring the pawn further forward, then computer says you should make this trade, but I was thinking you just get the knight here, and it doesn't really matter that black ended up saving their pawn, because the key thing here is the amazing placement of the c4 knight and how it controls some of the most important squares in black's center. And here we also get the bishop exerting some pressure as well. It would be equal on number of pawns, but the chess engines say that Pia would win this position pretty easily. So interesting development, and I do think Pia's plan here is pretty obvious for a player of her caliber. And indeed, she has started the first step of that plan, which is improving the knight off the edge of the board to attack the pawn on c4. And speaking of finding good plans, look at what just happened in Anna's game. She makes the trade, opens up for her bishop, but the bad news is that after the recapture, pawn to b5, which is the traditional move in these circumstances, to make sure that the black rook now would be pointing in towards the black pawn. Computer considers this a mistake on account of the brilliant pawn to e5. At first, I thought the idea behind this move was just blocking the bishop so that the queen could get involved. But unexpectedly, it is the rook that finds a path in towards the white king, and then there's this queen, and then, well, the bishop, sorry, but the queen can get involved as well. And it's going to be very, very tricky for the white king here. So Anna finds the right plan, but turns out the follow-up is not as obvious as I originally thought it was. And well, after this recapture, which is gonna happen, black doesn't really have any choice. Anna now is supposed to go knight to d2. The idea is basically that we need to trade off some of these attacking pieces before black's rook gets involved. And here, if pawn to e5, then Anna can go pawn to f3. And here, the big thing is that Anna would have two pawns standing in the way of the bishop, trying to point down through the center of the board. Oh, actually, computer says this was a huge mistake and you need to go with the rook instead. I'm surprised that makes such a big difference, but by taking with the rook instead, you can bring in both of the rooks to point through the center. Ah, and you then also attack this black pawn with the queen. Yeah, no, actually that makes perfect sense. But in such a position, Anna would have a big advantage because she has a clear plan. She's pointing in towards multiple black pawns at the same time, and there's no more attack to be afraid of because this pawn is blocking the bishop's path, and we've taken out the black knight in the center of the board, which was quite a threatening piece. She needs to find and understand knight to d2. Yes. Well, basically, she needs to realize that she needs to oppose this diagonal. It's not really about the knight to d2 move specifically, because she can also go knight to e1, and that has a lot of the same things going for it. That you can then play pawn to f3, chasing the centralized knight away, but also making sure that the white pawns are blocking the bishop's diagonal. So what she needs to realize is the necessity of chasing black's knight away. And frankly, that is not easy considering the big discussion we had on this pawn to b5 move the other day. In the game against Mitra, Anna made the point that she didn't mind the trade between the pawns because that would lead her rook to get very nicely involved in the game. Against Mitra, the logic was good, but the execution flawed because Mitra had some crazy temporary bishop sacrifice. But here, keeping the tension between the pawns is correct. And she plays knight to d2 in 28 seconds. And with that move, that was one of the key moves to make sure that white has a fantastic position. And by taking out the knight on e4, what's also happening is that black will now struggle to defend the pawn on d6, and Anna is hoping to have her rook capture this black central pawn very quickly. Okay, let's go to the overview. Pia has a great position. Anna has a great position. And Lavinia Lavinia, I'm not sure. I'm a bit surprised by this trade in the center, because after this trade, white can recapture with their pawn, and then they don't have two pawns on the same file anymore. On the other hand, Lavinia's bishop in the center is super well placed, and it's neutralizing the white bishop that's pointing in the same diagonal. As long as Lavinia makes sure that her bishop cannot be chased away, yes, I do think she still has a good position. So, 1, 2, so Pia, Anna, and Lavinia with a good position, and then Inna's situation remains. And there the computer says that Inna has stepped in the wrong direction. We're talking about the board on the upper right. I'm very surprised that Inna's knight has ended up moving backwards, because earlier we were talking about how the knight was going to move forwards, supported by the pawn. Instead, Ina chose a plan with the pawn pushing forward as far up as possible. And then after white's blocked the pawn's further advance, then Ina went with her knight. And the aim probably was to, if I can do my arrows, the aim was probably to sacrifice the knight to remove two of the defensive pawns in front of the white king. But the issue now is that the white bishop has come in defensively and is preventing the potential sacrifices in towards white's king. And Ina is struggling to get this other knight into the game, because if she plays it, then the knight will be in the way of the queen, allowing white to capture a very important pawn. Not only does white win a pawn here, it's also that this bishop can then move close to the white king to keep the king protected. Okay, so good news on 3 boards, bad news in 1. But we can live with that. That is still a potential 3-1 victory for the team. Oh wow. And Lavinia's opponent does not recapture with a pawn. She recaptures with a knight, but then these 2 white pawns are enormous weaknesses in the position. I'm expecting Lavinia now to go knight to e5, trying to jump onto some of these weak squares. Yeah, I'm really liking her position. I'm really liking Pia's position. And I'm also very much liking Anna's position. And I'm kind of hating Ina's position. So right now, potential 3-1 victory. Any victory we would be happy with. But let's hope that Ina can save herself. Because that would also be great for her personally, seeing as how she is the biggest overperformer on this Swedish team at the moment, because she beat the French international master in one of the previous rounds. Okay, we'll go back to Anna's game. She's not even that far behind on time. She's behind, but it could have been worse. The most threatening move black can make now is queen to g5. Pointing down towards the white king, and if you then try to make a trade between the knights, because we talked about how you wanted to trade away black's well-placed knight in the center, well, here it would be a big mistake. Because after bishop takes, not only is the queen under attack, but now the bishop's diagonal has opened, so that together with the black queen, you're threatening an instant checkmate on the white king. And it's not easy to deal with this queen to g5 move, because the other plan we had was pawn to f3. Kicking the knight, forcing the knight back, making sure that the bishop's pressure is blocked by a pawn. But here, for the puzzle rush fanatics among you, a nice little Smothered mate out in the wild. The queen comes in, check on the king. The king tries to hide, but then the knight comes in, check on the king. The knight continues giving checks on the king. The key here is that by controlling the G1 square, you can then sacrifice your queen in such a way that the king cannot recapture. That's why we have the knight here, so that the only piece to recapture is the rook. And now the king is cocooned. Cocooned. It is... well, it's trapped. I was trying to make it sound good, only to hit you with the 180. But it looks like it's ensconced. I should stop using words I don't know how to pronounce. It has plenty of defensive pieces around it. But actually that's a bad thing, because the knight comes in with the checkmate and the king smothered by its own pieces, from where the moniker smothered mate comes. Blunder from Gabriella. Who's Gabriella? I guess we go to overview. Gabriella, is she the one playing against Inna? I don't know. She got a question mark on her move, but it still looks pretty sad for Inna, in my opinion. Ooh, interesting. Pia's game progressed the way that I predicted. Just gonna put that out there. The knight going after the pawn, the rook trying to protect the knight number 2, going after it as well. And here after pawn to c3, I was saying we can just get our knight to the desired c4 square. But Pia instead captures the black knight, black pawn, and that was considered the best move. After the recapture, I guess now we go with the knight forward. And black does have a pawn inside white's half, but that pawn has been blocked off from its own pieces by the white knight, and as long as Pia can preserve this positioning for the knight, she will be able to capture black's pawn down the road. However, is there not some concerns here? Like pawn to a5, for instance, then the bishop could try and attack the knight. And if the knight is the only thing making sure that the black pawn on c3 is unsafe, well then the knight moving away would be quite a bad thing. It's very interesting to see the chess engine's analysis here. It's very firm that if this happened, Pia would need to sacrifice the pawn, and not only sacrificing the pawn, but also opening up for the bishop's diagonal in towards the middle. And if this pawn is captured, you capture the bishop in return, and with queen recapturing, the knight comes in, attack on the queen, attack on the pawn. The queen can move back to keep the pawn protected, but here comes the bishop. Black's king is still stuck in the center, and if the queen moves again, the knight comes in attacking, well, pretty much everything in the position. It's easy once you understand the idea, but pawn to d6, that sacrifice, is a difficult one to find. And I do think we're going to get into this situation because after the pawn trade, Pia has played her knight to c4, and now Jennifer absolutely is going to play pawn to a5. It's really her only chance in this game, trying to activate her bishop to put pressure on this this newfound square for the white knight. So Pia is winning according to the chess engine, but it relies on understanding the importance of a pawn sacrifice in the very near future. In the meantime, we've had a question mark move from Anna's opponent. And this is very good news. Not just that it's a question mark, but it's more about how it makes it much easier for Anna to play her next move. Because that queen to g5 idea, I guess we weren't really done analyzing it, but it was looking pretty dangerous for the white king. So we're very happy to see this other move instead, simply because it doesn't have the fright factor of the queen getting into the position and into the game. Anna right now has a choice, but I think the main thing for her is that she needs to play the move pawn to f3. She needs to, number one, chase the black knight out of its e4 placement while simultaneously trying to put another blockade to stop the bishop's influence all the way down to the white king. So Anna needs to go pawn to f3 either right now or make the trade and then go pawn to f3. And as long as she does one of these options, as long as she pushes this pawn within the next two moves, she has a very good position. And like I said, pawn to f3 played, Anna is winning. I think it's as easy as that. These two pawns are doing a great job of making black's bishop less effective. The white rook is perfectly placed to try and aim at the d6 pawn. This pawn struggles a bit defensively. It does have adjacent pawns, but it doesn't have any pawns behind it that can protect it. And so it becomes an easy target for white's rook to go after. And also, an honorable mention to Anna's bishop on b2. When you have two bishops and your opponent only has one, what you want to look out for is how is the bishop that doesn't have a natural enemy in the opponent's camp, how's that bishop doing? And frankly, this one is doing great. It's got a nice diagonal similar to the black bishop pointing down towards the enemy king. The big difference is that black's bishop right now is being blocked by a pawn, which bishops hate, while white's bishop, on the other hand, doesn't have pawns standing in its path. It does have a knight, but the knight doesn't really work in the same way. In fact, the knight can sometimes be captured by a bishop at an opportune moment. So big position for Anna. She's also not that far behind on the clock. In fact, the trend in the game right now is that Anna is playing faster than her opponent. On the previous two moves, Anna only spent 4 minutes, but her opponent spent 16 and a half on her previous two. So Anna is about to equalize on time. She's got a great position on the board. Things are looking good. Let's jump back to Pia. Because pawn to a5 is on the board. As expected. And now the way for Pia to win the game is pawn to d6. A pawn sacrifice. And giving up the pawn that's right now standing in the path of the bishop. Ooh, Pia goes knight back instead. You know what? This is very good practical play. Pawn to d6 was very difficult, but Pia doesn't even really care about that situation. She plays the second best move. And frankly, in this position, the second best move is still good enough. And what she's doing is that she's making sure that she doesn't end up in time trouble. The point between this knight move, and let's be honest, Pia's been moving a lot of knights the past couple of moves. Of the last 6 moves, 5 have been knight moves. But the knights keep finding good positionings. And with the latest move, notice how the disadvantage of advancing this pawn for black is that now you no longer have any pieces that can control the b5 square. So Pia immediately targets that square while avoiding the pressure from black's bishop in towards the queen and rook, because now that the knight is not blocking the queen's diagonal, bishop here to attack can just be captured by the queen. So not the best move by Pia, but it's good enough. And that's sometimes just as important. Okay, let's check in with the overview. Lavinia has made a trade. Not a big fan of that. She's made a trade between the knights, which has allowed white to stop having these two doubled pawns and rather put the pawns next to each other so that they can defend each other. The reason for Lavinia's decision is that she's about to infiltrate with the bishop in behind the white pawns. First off, she's attacking the rook. The rook is going to have to move. Then the bishop is coming in. The rook is going to counterattack. She's going to play the pawn forward so that this one's protected and doesn't have to care about the rook anymore. Yeah, actually, I kind of like this now. It is very difficult to see how white is going to protect this pawn on d4 in the future. So it does seem Lavinia has a solid advantage still there. Inna's game is looking very tricky. Very, very difficult to assess. Inna right now is going to recapture in the center, well, center-ish. And Inna's pawn formation is not amazing, but there's some tension between these two knights, and then the black knight is attacking this pawn and this pawn. And if Inna can get the trade between the knights, that would be huge for her, because then she would be able to open up for her rook along the side of the board, but she would also reinforce the protection of the pawn on c5, which in turn would render both white's knight and bishop pretty useless. But the question I'm asking myself is, can Ina's opponent sacrifice, capture the pawn, allow the white bishop, the black bishop, to capture the white rook, but then the queen will come in, point in the direction of the black king, and this looks very scary, very open on that diagonal. Super, super tricky position in this game. Let's jump into Pia, because her opponent did make a move. Bishop to b4 makes a ton of sense. Black is trying to protect their pawn inside white's half. At the same time, they're going for castling next. Pia goes knight to b5, attacks the queen. The queen is going to have to move. Where do you move, though? That's not obvious. I would guess you go with the queen to the c5 square. Ooh, but then the knight can come forward, attack the pawn. The king castles to protect it. But now it turns out this queen placement was not the best, as white's bishop comes in, attacks the queen. The queen moves away, but another bishop attacks. The queen moves again, and boom! Some shades of the Heinemann versus Kramling game from the Germany match, where Anna got her queen trapped in behind enemy lines. Similarly, Pia right now could be in a position to do the same. So Pia's doing good, Lavinia's doing good, Ina's position is a mess, and then we have Anna, who should have a big advantage here, but my praise of that the times were about to be similar was potentially somewhat premature. The position is still good for Anna, though. Do Paula's two knights look scary? Honestly, I don't think so. Because one thing about these knights is that they're both standing in the path of the queen wanting to join the attack. So I would say the knights do not look scary. On the other hand, they're preventing the queen to get into the game, which would be a lot scarier. But at the same time, the disadvantage for Anna that the knights were not traded, it's not so much that the black knights are good, it's that the white knight is not so good. Anna is probably a bit unhappy about her knight placement because she wants to open up for her rook to point down towards the opponent's queen. And then she as I said that, she moved the knight out of the way. So I think we were onto something there. But I gotta admit, if I would have moved the knight too, I think. But I would have moved the knight closer to my king. Anna moves the knight away from the king. And like, well, right now it's fine. It's probably gonna be okay. But there could be a situation in the future where you wish you had more defensive resources in your king's immediate vicinity. Immediately, I'm looking at the chess engine suggest a plan where black basically just rushes the pawn on the side of the board and tries to get as far up as possible, and that can cause some frustrating decisions for white to have to make. And to be honest, that plan is quite similar to what Inna has been doing on the board, on the second board. It'll be used for an attack later. This white knight. I mean, that's what Anna is trying to do, right? She's trying to attack on the queen side. Right now, the idea is that if black tries to do this attack on the opposite flank, the knight can capture the black pawn, since you cannot recapture because of the rook pointing down on the queen, which is why the queen has to move. But that's not rocket science. The once your opponent has a rook pointing down on your queen, very often it's a sensible idea to move the queen out of the rook's path. And then it's not clear what white's next step is here. If the knight pushes further up to attack, the bishop can just take one step further back, and the bishop is still pointing down towards the white king, while white's knight is now very far away from playing a defensive role, and that could be an issue. In the meantime, in Pia's game, Pia is finding all the right moves. And very importantly, and unlike her daughter, she's finding all the right moves and playing them at a very significant pace right now. So after the knight attacked the queen moved away, but then another knight made its way over. For those of you keeping track, I think that's the... So 1, 2, 3. Take this away. 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's the 7th knight move in 8 from Pia. But it's not bad. She keeps improving the positionings of the knights while attacking her opponent's pieces. The queen tries to hide out in the corner, but here Pia comes asking for a trade. The trade is not going to happen because if you do, the white rook just gets instant access to that black pawn that has really been caught behind enemy lines. Doing worse than Private Ryan right now. Is that cheap? It's just having a movie reference for the sake of just having a reference. I'm not sure it was that good even. Anyway. Stuff is in trouble here. As a dad, I chuckled. Okay. That's where we are. Dad jokes. I would have saved that one for later. I think I'm going out of my mind. But someone who's not going out of their mind is Pia, who's going to win this game. Her opponent is going to castle, and then Pia will make the trade, somewhat controversially, because now the pawns are together and defending each other. But the thing is, these things are not going to help each other out for much longer. First, one white rook will capture this one, and then the other white rook will capture this one. And then it turns out both of these black pawns are just, they're not going anywhere. And I believe Pia is going to showcase that convincingly pretty soon. Anna's opponent moved, but she also moved the queen away from the king side. So instead of keeping the queen in the middle, well, this is kind of also the middle. The only big difference between these two queen moves, it really does the same thing, right? You want to get your queen away from the scope of white's rook, and mission successful. But by going to the c7 square, you're allowing white to make a trade bishop for knight and ruining the pawn formation in front of the black king if you so choose. Though calling this a ruining of the black pawn formation might be a bit much, because black might try to exploit the fact that without a pawn on the g7 square, you can put a rook there pointing down towards the white king, and while white is busy trying to capture stuff in the center of the board. Okay. Here comes knight takes pawn. With the rook pointing down towards the king, the white pawn cannot recapture. And this pressure becomes too much to deal with. The bishop can capture, but here the black bishop comes in together with the rook. Bishop cannot be captured, and it's just too much at the same time. What was that? It might have been something that's used on YouTube. It was an ad blocker, basically promoting itself, saying how great they are and that they had updated to the latest version. Hammer does not support YouTubers. Hey, I subbed to the channel. I'm doing the bare minimum. I'm doing the bare minimum. Okay, so maybe Anna should not capture this knight because in fact it's a trap. Her opponent is trying to entice her into ruining the pawn structure in front of her king, but it actually turns out this would be great news for black. To have a clear way of getting the rook involved, pointing down towards the white king. So then what becomes the question? How's the other boards going? I guess we'll take a look and then I'm gonna take a break. So Pia is winning. Inna is winning. How did that happen? And Lavinia is... Well, I don't understand why Lavinia is giving this check. I think this was a big mistake. Up here, giving the check. You want to keep that in reserve. Because here I was thinking if she goes pawn to b6, the rook can try and attack her bishop. Bishop takes pawn in the center. Oh, apparently that's very bad. Ooh, because then if this happens, you can make the trade. And then the rook comes in and you cannot save the rook behind your queen. Yeah, so I think Lavinia's idea of going after the pawn on d4, it was always a bit flawed. In that white would always have some counter tricks to deal with that. And so I would have preferred to see her keeping that long-term strategic advantage with the white pawns not working together whatsoever. She thought that she could win the central pawn right away. And to be fair, she has surrounded the pawn. It's just that whenever she ends up capturing the pawn, bad things might happen. So I think right now Lavinia's position is equal. Inna has somehow turned things around on board 2. What happened here? So Inna's opponent tried sacrificing the rook. Inna said, I don't want your rook. And then when her opponent moved the rook away, that was a big mistake because it allowed Inna to take out white's bishop, which was one of the most important pieces white had. And now after rook takes pawn, knight takes pawn back, rook up. Oh gosh. The knight is under attack, but the knight cannot move because then the rook is lost. If the queen comes to defend, well then you lose your protection on the one in the center, and the rook cannot go and defend because the rook will be captured by the bishop. So basically, it's just like a capture, capture, capture kind of sequence. Rook takes knight, pawn takes pawn, and if you recapture, there's just too many white pieces under attack, and white is unable to keep everything defended, which means you cannot capture this pawn. But if you can't do that, then Inna is going to have an extra pawn and be very happy with that. In addition to that, the bishop that we were a bit afraid of that could point in towards the black king, Inna made the very sensible decision not to trade her bishop for the rook in the corner, and as such she has this diagonal under control, and the bishop also contributes in the defense of black's king. So Inna's gonna win, Pia's gonna win, Lavinia is gonna... I may have spoken too soon in Lavinia's game. This pawn move is a good one. Big fan of that. The pawn cannot be captured because then the black queen can capture whites with the rook defending. So at the end of those captures, black has an extra rook. And seeing as how this white pawn cannot move, Lavinia is very close to be able to capture that pawn with hers on the next one, which looks pretty convincing to me. Okay, I take everything back that I said about Lavinia's calculations here. Maybe she was right that she could immediately go after that central pawn. Okay, I'm changing my mind. I'm gonna say Lavinia is likely to win. So right now, the game I'm the most uncertain about is this one. I'm a huge fan of this bishop and the rook. They're well placed, putting pressure on black's pieces. But the question then becomes, what is the right way of proceeding? And Anna is not figuring that out. at an appropriate pace. She is down to 17 minutes. The position is still tricky. And while she was just a couple of minutes away from equalizing the time, only 2 moves ago, now she's down almost 15 minutes. Queen to d2 played. The queen and rook work together towards the pawn on d6. Ooh, and this is interesting. If black tries to defend that pawn with a rook, which looks sensible to me, then Anna can play pawn to e4, moving the pawn to a square that's controlled by 1, 2, 3, 4 black pieces. But the key here is that her queen opens up an attack against the undefended knight on the g5 square. But I suspect her opponent is going to notice that, and therefore the best move here is knight to f7, which both rescues the knight from the grasp of the white queen, but also helps defend the pawn in the middle of the board. That said, though, I'm pretty happy that we get the knight to move back, because that could justify our decision to move the knight forward instead of keeping it close to our king. So I think we should welcome the knight being forced back. And now I kind of want to make this trade, because after the end of that trade, both players have isolated pawns that cannot be protected by other pawns and has to be protected by, well, in this situation, the queen and the rook. But I want to follow it up with queen to a5. And now we're attacking here. We're increasing the attack here. But most importantly, we're going for a queen trade. And I will admit that I have a certain tendency towards favoring queen trades. So that is definitely part of my strategy as a chess player. But here I think it's also objectively quite strong. Because if the queens are traded, well, now there's absolutely no reason to be concerned about an attack against the white king. And the knight is attacking the bishop. The rook has control in the open file. The bishop has an amazing diagonal. And I feel like white should be able to both get their king involved first, but also get their rooks on the open files. And if black goes for rook trades, maybe we can start attacking in towards these weaknesses with the pawns that are less than ideally protected. So at least that's a possible idea. Possible idea to go for queen trade. I'm just gonna mention also that when you have a tendency of getting low on time, like I do and others, trading queens might be a good thing, because then at least you're not gonna get checkmated in the time scramble. How to get the 4-board overview on chess.com. I made this myself. So this is created by doing 4 different screen grabs at the same time. And what a delicious view this is we got question mark moves from two of the Paraguayans at the same time. And we also have Pia making her moves and getting... well, it's not given her this on this view, but Pia's move was the best one. So Pia's winning, Ina is winning, Lavinia is winning. And the question then remains to see if Anna's gonna win. I suspect we're gonna get the answer within the next hour, because we're reaching the critical phase of the game. Both players down on the clock. 17 minutes for Anna, 24 minutes for Paula. I'm gonna take a little break to make sure that I am full of energy for those decisive moments. Okay, I was just checking whether the camera had stopped freezing, and yeah, it had not. So I'm just reminding everyone that we do have a unfrozen cam. Sorry, let's do this one. But yeah, it's just a picture. It's just a picture at this time. Let's take a look at some moves. Anna's opponent realized that the queen was pointing also against the knight as well as the pawn in the center, so she has retreated it. And now I remain an advocate of this pawn trade, which opens up the path for the queen to then offer a queen trade. Black cannot really get away from the queen trade, because if you step back, you then leave the protection of the c5 pawn, and the knight can come in to capture that. But because of the queen pointing down towards these pieces, you should first trade off the bishop, then capture the pawn, and then you win the game. Pia, in the meantime, is playing all the right moves. Not really much to say when you're playing perfectly. Let's look at Pia's last couple of moves. Green star, green star, green star, green star, green star, green star, green star. Pia's crushing it. She's just, yeah. Very nice execution of a good position. But sometimes having a good position is not enough. Sometimes you struggle to find the ways to convert it into a win. But Pia does not seem to have that issue right now. She is absolutely crushing it. And she has been able to capture one of these black pawns, which means right now she's up by one pawn. But frankly, that's not gonna last too long, because on her next move, she's planning to go queen to e3, and the queen will then attack the rook as well as increase the pressure on the c3 pawn. And black would love to get more rooks protecting that pawn. The problem is that the knights that have invaded, basically, half the moves Pia has played in this game has been the knights moving around, but they've really established themselves inside black's half, and they're preventing black's ideas to try and offer some defense to the pawns in trouble. In addition, not only did Pia play all the right moves there in a series, one after another, she has played every one of those moves at an average of less than 1 minute per move. So she was down on time at some point in this game. Now she's up by 11 minutes. And that's because her pace in this very important phase has been very, very high. And the reason the pace has been high is probably because, well, she thought she understood what needed to be done. And so that's why she both played the good moves and played the quick moves. Because she just realized, I need to go after this bishop on the b4 square. And she did so with flying colors. So that means Pia is going to win her game. Is Anna going to win hers? She did make the trade between the pawns. My only complaint is that after the trade, She started thinking again. Did it surprise you that your opponent recaptured? If they didn't recapture, you would have taken theirs moving forward. It couldn't have been the biggest surprise in the world. I would have loved to see you actually have your next move prepared when making such a big decision as this pawn trade. Because this pawn trade means that we go from a 3 versus 2 situation on the left side of the board. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Doesn't sound that big of a deal, but I assure you it is. And Anna didn't have the plan planned right away. But after another 2.5 minute think, she has played pawn to a4. Not the move I was looking for with the queen trade, but my first impression is that this move might be better. Indeed, it does get the green star signaling it as the best available move in the position. What I like about this is that Anna is freeing up the a3 square for the bishop to use, and if the bishop and knight work together against the c5 pawn, black is not in a good position to keep that pawn protected. That's why she made the trade. Previously, this pawn was being protected by a black pawn, very difficult to deal with. But once you make the trade, the pawn remaining is on its own, reliant on the queen and rook to help out. But when a bishop and a knight attack something that's protected by a queen, it doesn't really matter how good your queen is, or rather it does matter, because the power of the less valuable pieces attacking something that is protected more than it's attacked. It's part of the reason why pawns are so useful in chess. Pawns are useful not because they're valuable, they're useful because they're not valuable. Anytime something is attacked by a pawn, it has to move away, because the pawn is the least valuable piece on the board. But being the least valuable gives you some power, because it gives you the power of chasing stuff that cannot allow itself to be captured by you. And the reason I'm saying this right now is because, well, Anna is about to have 2 pieces pointing in towards this pawn. The pawn is, however, protected by 2 pieces. So ordinarily, that wouldn't even count as a threat, because the bishop and the knight would just be captured. But the thing is, even if you get, so queen takes knight, bishop takes, rook takes, in theory you've taken more pieces than your opponents, but you gave away your queen. You cannot give away your queen. Okay, I feel like I had a good idea. I had a good principle I was trying to make there, but I feel like I lost myself in the explanation. Queen to b6. Well, so the queen can move to have the rook protect instead, but here this pawn move shows some of its power. Because if the queen moves away to keep the pawn protected, then Anna can just first protect the knight, but then afterwards she'll kick the queen out, because that was another useful thing. By pushing her pawn up on the side of the board, is that pawn can now influence the game, such as kicking the queen back, and when the queen moves back, now you're free to capture the important pawn. So I'm really liking this move by Anna. She's down to 9 minutes. Ooh, response. Bishop back into the corner. That doesn't really do anything, does it? Oh my god. Wow. Okay, so bishop a3 is Anna's plan. This is what we're expecting her to do. But out of nowhere, the chess engines are now suggesting a sick move. I assume Anna's opponent has not seen this, but at the same time, what would be the point of this move if you hadn't seen the follow-up? The chess engines now want knight to g4, which is an absolutely brilliant move. And it's so well disguised. It's so difficult to see if you're Anna. And frankly, probably difficult to see if you're Paula as well. So the knight now threatens checkmate working together with the queen. The knight can be captured, but remember how we were so happy having this pawn here to prevent the bishop pointing down on our king? Well, when the pawn captures the knight, no such protection on the diagonal anymore. The queen moves to the square the bishop was on earlier. The queen and bishop working together is very threatening, indeed threatening checkmate right now. And when white moves back with their bishop to keep everything defended, the queen is able to capture the white knight, which not only takes out the piece that was instrumental in capturing black's c5 pawn, but it also means that during the course of this, so white captured black's knight, black captures white's knight, it's actually kind of an equal trade. But it's not equal whatsoever because the pawn that we had that was going to stop the bishop from doing damage towards our king, the pawn is no longer there. And indeed, black now has access to this e4 square because we no longer have a pawn that can be positioned to control there. And the knight could be a very powerful piece coming in. This would be incredible play. And especially when Anna is so low on time. She has less than 7 minutes remaining. So hitting her with the knight to g4, that has incredible shock value, in addition to the fact that it's legitimately just a good move. Bishop to a8. Look at this. It gets the green star. Bishop to a8 was the best move in the position because of this freaky tactic. And now the question becomes, has Paula foreseen this knight to g4 move? Is that why she played bishop into the corner? And frankly, I don't see another explanation for her to make such a weird move. Why bishop to a8? Because it clears the path for the queen to attack both down the b file and towards the white king. If you go knight to g4 here and then queen to c6, you still have the bishop and the queen working together, but you're only attacking in one direction instead of also having the attack towards the undefended knight. Bishop to a8 is an incredible move. So good. But it's only good if you saw the idea. And the idea is incredibly difficult to find, but on the other hand, would she have pushed the bishop into the corner unless she had seen the brilliant idea? I'm not sure she would. Anna's down to 5 minutes now. Pawn to h6. Well, pawn to h6 would prevent the knight moving to this g4 square, but at the same time, you're creating new weaknesses. So here, for instance, the computer is suggesting that the black knight maneuver itself to the g3 square. Because when you push that pawn forward, you win control of one square, but you lose control of another one. Okay, 4 minutes remaining. What's the move here? That's the weird thing. Computer still thinks bishop to a3 is the best move. But if I had... Okay, she does play that. Wait, her clock jumped to 9 minutes. Okay, now 4 minutes. This is the moment of truth. If Anna's opponent has seen knight to g4, my hat off to her. Like, that is an incredible move to find. I'm not convinced I would find that. And she's barely 1800. That would be one of the best moves she's ever played. On the other hand, if she doesn't find this move, I think Anna is going to win pretty easily. Because I do really like the general plan that Anna created of opening up for her bishop to attack this pawn. Can you explain again? Okay. Knight to g4 lures white's defensive pawn away from the diagonal. The pawn captures the knight, but here the queen comes in, now threatening checkmate supported by the bishop while threatening the knight. We have to protect against the checkmate. We lose the knight. And now black has made a massive strategic achievement by luring the white defensive pawn away, which means that this bishop is going to be good for the rest of the game. But the variation doesn't stop here, because the black queen is almost trapped. So white can go after the queen. The queen only has one square to go to, which also is capturing a pawn. The bishop captures the c5 pawn, opens up for the rook to attack the queen. Once again, the queen has to move, but now the queen is attacking the bishop. The bishop captures the pawn on the side, but then black also gets to capture a pawn. And at the end of all of this, it's equal on number of pawns, but there's a massive difference in that black's bishop is no longer bad, because bishops, they hate being blocked out of the game by an opposing pawn protected by another pawn. But because black managed to get the f3 white defensive pawn off the board, this pressure on the diagonal becomes way more serious than it was previously. What about bishop to f3 instead of bishop to f1? It doesn't change anything. The only thing it changes is that after this, now the bishops are opposing each other, which means that you might lose your bishop pair. One of Anna's main attractions in the position is that she has the two bishops that can work together in the future. But here, because you moved your bishop forward, your bishop is just going to get traded off. Also, another problem here is that you're no longer defending this pawn. So now the black queen might capture this one instead. Big moment in the game. Okay, rook to d8. She hadn't found it, but that was an amazing resource. amazing resource in the position. I'm not sure I've ever seen an idea like that before, and I kind of thought she had seen it, because otherwise this bishop back into the corner doesn't make that much sense. Okay, now Anna is just gonna go queen to c3, and she has a very nice position. The queen is nicely centralized, but importantly, the queen will protect the knight, which means that all of these sacrificial ideas are now not viable anymore because she's got all her stuff protected. It's still scary for her though, right? Because she's still down to just 3 minutes. Can't be harassed by pawns, and it's under an umbrella pawn. I've never heard of that expression before, Isa, but that's a good one. The umbrella pawn. So after queen to c3, because the queen has the pawn in front of it, the pawn is working as a way of sheltering the queen. For instance, now if black tries to attack the queen, the pawn will get involved and capture the threat. So umbrella pawn for the queen. Instead, Anna goes for the queen trade, which is also good. Let's take a little peek at the overview for one of these rare occasions where Anna's opponent is the one thinking. Lavinia is up a pawn, but her opponent is well centralized. That's on the bottom right. Inna is up 2 pawns. She's gonna win. Pia is up 1 pawn, but it's very likely that she's able to capture another in the near future. So minimum Pia and Inna is gonna win. And then Lavinia is, well, she's definitely not losing. Maybe it's a draw, maybe it's a win for her. But they're playing for 2 results, as Lavinia has the extra pawn. And then we have Anna, who, in my opinion, is going to win this game. The computer is not super impressed by the current situation, but I just think that after this trade, in particular, how bad is this bishop? Imagine if the white pawn was not on this f3 square. The bishop could be well placed in the center of the board. But these are the current circumstances. Every square that bishop would like to use is being controlled by the white pieces. So the bishop is very bad. I guess an argument could be made that white's bishop is equally bad, because the white bishop is being blocked by its own pawns in 2 directions. I guess that's why the computers feel like Anna's advantage is not as massive as I would have thought on first impression. So in order to win this, Anna is going to need to capture the pawn on c5. That's going to solve a lot. Well, just winning a pawn is good in general. Anna needs easy to find moves since she's low on time. That's why simplifying makes sense. I agree. Well, I mean, I was promoting this very same queen trade 2 moves ago. So I kind of have to agree. Although I will say that maybe black has actually improved their position a little bit compared to when I wanted to make this queen trade. Because one concern I have after this queen trade happens is that black could be able to get the knight into the middle of the board. Although if you do that right now, white can just trade and then capture. And what if the trade happens first and then the knight moves up? Ah, then the rook invades. Yeah, no, I think this is still, I think it's very, very good. Very good for Anna. I think her opponent has to play with amazing accuracy to hold everything together. And that is difficult when you only have 10 minutes remaining. Never mind Anna's 3 minutes, right? Because she's the one attacking. She's the one making the threats. It's up to her opponent to be responding to the threats. And that's a lot more difficult and time consuming. Which is why I think right now 10 minutes on the clock for black is just as much of a problem as 3 minutes for Anna. Must admit, I had not realized this move was available. Computer doesn't like this move, but I think that's a great move. Great move from the opponent. That is an unpleasant one to face when you only have 3 minutes remaining. Chess engines consider it to be a mistake on black's behalf, but if bishop takes pawn now, the queen comes in attacking the knight and the bishop at the same time, and frankly, you don't have the ability to keep both of those defended. Some kind of freak variation suggested by the computer is saying that Anna can hold this together, but she's not going to find freak variations when she only has 2.5 minutes remaining. This is actually a seriously problematic position. That is a great move in the time scramble. Anna does capture the pawn with her bishop. Now queen to b2 is the move. It is the only move black has to justify their previous one, but it precisely for that reason, I think it's the only move black is really considering. The queen coming in to attack both the knight and the bishop, and Anna is in big trouble. Very good news that her opponent is taking some time to think here. That's giving Anna some extra moments to compose herself to these unexpected new circumstances. This is very scary. Not what you want to have happen as your time has ticked down. Okay, let's put some moves on the board. After the queen moves back, the bishop... Oh, darn it. I thought the bishop can attack the queen, and if the queen takes the knight, the rook chases after the queen, and the queen ends up being trapped. That would have been very good news. But the fact of the matter is, when the queen comes in, it has the choice of either capturing the knight or the bishop. And if the white bishop moves back to attack the queen will instead choose to capture the bishop, because then you have the ability to capture your way out of this white's half of the board prison. So that's not going to work out. If you go with the knight back, so if you go knight back, the queen, you saved your knight and you saved your bishop at the same time. The problem here is that black can sacrifice their rook against the knight To be fair, that's a difficult move to find. But if you find it, the rook cannot recapture because then the white rook in the corner is undefended. And if you take with the queen, then there's the queen trade, and your queen has abandoned your bishop, and black gets a position with 2 knights versus the rook and the pawn, which the computer favors black in this situation. Okay, queen to b2 has been played. That was the only logical follow-up to the sacrifice of the pawn on the previous move. Now comes the key moment. If Anna finds a defensive method to survive this attack, I think this knight to d2 might be the best choice, and then just pray that your opponent doesn't realize that there's a powerful sacrifice available. The chess engine's top choice is knight to d4, saving the knight and rescuing the bishop. There is a move. Rook takes rook. Mistake. But it's only a mistake if black recaptures with the knight. If now knight takes back, not only are you battling the pressure on the knight, the pressure... Oh, a move comes quickly. Oh, a double question mark. She gets a double question mark for that one. Knight takes back, happens quickly. Great instincts from the Paraguayan player. I don't fully understand why you wouldn't recapture with a rook there. But the thing is, in addition to the pressure the queen has on all of these white pieces, you now have the additional concern that the knight will move further to attack both the queen and the bishop. Anna is supposed to go rook to d1 here. That makes a lot of sense because then we're attacking the knight. Ooh, but the problem is rook to d1 attacks the knight, but then the knight attacks the queen. The queen then attacks in towards the king. And here rook over to defend the king is the only good move. But you still have this issue of both of these guys being under attack. Ooh, but this one is also under attack. This is a tremendously complicated position. Anna has 1 minute remaining. I think Anna's going to play this move. I'm confident she's going to play this move. And frankly, she might still win this game in the time scramble because that was some tricky moves black had to play as well. "30 seconds. The bishop moves back. So we save the bishop. We save the knight. The knight is saving the rook. Why is this such a bad thing? 1 winning move for black. That's going to be another double question mark for her, I suspect. Okay, just the single question mark. But the knight coming in to attack both the queen and the bishop, that explains why you needed to make the recapture with the knight. This piece has been on quite the journey for this game, but now it might win the game. This is not on the board, but it is our concern. If knight to c6 instead, Anna has a winning position. So either this and black wins, or something other and white wins. This right now is a 2-result game. And traditionally, when we say that in chess, it means that something is impossible to lose. Either you're going to win or it's going to be a draw. That's what we say about a 2-result game. This one is untraditional. This is now a 2-result game. Either knight here, black wins, or another move, and white wins. We are on move 26. Anna needs to make an additional 14 moves to get an extra 30 minutes that you get after having completed 40 moves total. The thing is, this knight move is not as obvious as it looks, because after it, white will go queen to a6, and the queen is pointing to the rook and to this pawn. And here, if knight takes bishop, then queen takes rook, wins the game. And now it's Anna who's attacking everything. So not only do we need to find this move, after queen to a6, there's only one winning move for black, and then there's a ton of losing moves. And the move to make is rook takes bishop. The rook takes instead of the knight. And if Anna recaptures, well, then the knight was needed to defend the rook in the corner. Queen takes rook. Anna takes here, gives a check. And then instead of moving towards the middle, the king hides in the corner and uses the rook as shelter, while the black queen is pointing in towards white's bishop and king. This is still tremendously complicated. 50-50. Either it happens or it doesn't happen. I still think Anna has good chances of winning this game. And even if her opponent plays knight to b7, that does not automatically mean that black is going to win this game. Four minutes until we have all the answers. And until then, this is chess. Nothing is happening. And it's very exciting. Tense, maybe the more accurate word. Paula's calculating deeply now. I mean, you do the best you can, but in a situation like the one we have on the board right now, you're trying to calculate deeply, but you're mostly just in a state of panic. I wish we had cameras right now. Ooh, knight to b7 found. Okay, but Anna can still play queen here. Okay, so far so good from Paula. She's played very well in this phase. But here comes the big test. Queen to a6 from Anna. If black now uses the rook to capture the bishop, to be fair, it's not over just yet, but it is. Oh, she finds it. Oh, that didn't even take her that much time. Great move. Great sequence of moves. Very, very well done. Anna now captures in towards the king. Check on the king. The only good move here is hiding in the corner. This is interesting because I don't think that's obvious. If the king goes in towards the middle, then after knight takes rook, queen takes rook, apparently here, instead of going for any sort of trades or the queen going into the corner and capturing stuff, here knight to d2 check, takes, and the queen defends here, and also the bishop is kind of trapped in behind its own piece, which means black cannot get loose with the, even though black has an extra knight, you can't really survive that. But she does find the king to the corner. She played this very well. Big kudos to Paula. That was well executed. And frankly, she didn't have a lot of time to figure it all out, but she made all the right decisions. And now Anna captures the rook, but then that also means she moves away from the protection of her own rook. And now she's unable to defend both the bishop and the knight at the same time. Two pieces under attack and it's game over. Cannot keep them both safe. Maybe I called it too soon. The queen comes in, check on the king, attacks the knight. I mean, she can't protect both of them, but she can capture an opposing knight in the meantime. There's some serious trickery going on right now. If knight takes knight, I shouldn't do an analysis now since Anna only has seconds remaining. Knight takes knight, queen takes, attacks the king. And there's some freakiness where the black queen tries to. So if the king moves here, queen gives a check, king moves back, then the queen can zigzag backwards in order to attack both the king and the knight at the same time. And then black is up by both the bishop and the knight. So in order to avoid that, if this queen comes to give a check, Anna actually has to move her king out. And then the craziness just continues as the black queen goes after the king, but the king captures a pawn on its way. And frankly, if black just makes one wrong decision here, Anna could potentially survive, even with her king up into the opponent's half, simply because she does have this pawn that can try and become a new queen. Ooh, queen d2 is found! Paula makes all the right decisions and Anna makes the wrong one. She moves back with the king, but that means it's over. Because now the zigzag with the queen giving checks on the king is going to make sure that black is not just going to be up by a knight. Black is going to be up by both a bishop and a knight. What a play. What a play. It's not long ago we were very optimistic on Anna's behalf, but Paula avoided the queen trade when Anna was low on time, and the ensuing complications were too difficult with only 3 minutes remaining. And to her credit, Paula executes it perfectly. The last 10 moves from her were all the top choices, and she wins the game. Anna had a great opening, generally a good game. But once her opponent got the whiff of uncoordinated white pieces, she was merciless. Anna moves her king up the board. She should have done this earlier. That would have made it a bit trickier for her opponent. But in this circumstance, Paula manages to keep both her knight and her bishop. And even though Anna has 3 pawns in trade for the knight and bishop, 3 pawns against a knight, Anna could have survived. But 3 pawns against both the knight and the bishop, that's too much. And that's why it was so brilliant by Paula to do the zigzag maneuver with the queen. Pronounced like cow, Paula. Cow? Paul? Paula? I don't even remember what pronunciation I have been using. Because I haven't been using the English one either, right? I think I started out using the Norwegian in lack of knowing which one was the right one. Are you saying Anna zigged when she should have zagged? No, actually not. All the zigging and zagging was in Black's benefit. If we trade queens, we still have a chance? No, if you trade queens, you have no chance whatsoever. But if you keep the queens and manage to capture the pawn, then maybe. Ooh, here comes the queen. That's a threatening move. Although, what is it actually doing? The queen just abandoned the bishop. I don't think that was a great move. Now the bishop is in some trouble. If the bishop tries to hide in the corner, the bishop is actually trapped. There's no way of saving it. Yeah, I don't think... She might have to just go back with the queen. The queen was very well placed here. It would have been better to keep it there. And now, if you move the bishop, then Anna gets to capture this pawn. I mean, of course, it should be completely winning for Black, but at least then Black is not getting a new queen on the side of the board. Odds of a knight, king and knight checkmate. I think you mean bishop and knight checkmate, right? Pretty much zero. Because black has too many pawns remaining, even on this side, for white to manage to trade all of their pawns against black's pawns. Why is Anna playing on? Why are you so eager to resign? Why is always chat so eager to resign? Her opponent has been thinking for 3 minutes on this move. Like, you can resign when your opponent is playing all their moves in 5 seconds. That's when you know that they know absolutely what they're doing. But if your opponent spends 3 minutes on a move, it's very clear that they're not 100% confident. And especially this previous move from black was frankly quite a mistake. The queen was well placed here. I feel like she should have just gone pawn to a5. And then she would have preserved her pawn, making sure that it didn't get captured. But now the queen is attacking the bishop. If the bishop moves, you can capture the pawn. If the bishop hides in the corner, the bishop is trapped. Okay, bishop to a6 played. The problem now is that if we take the pawn, which I really want to do, but if we take the pawn, then the bishop can move over here and give a check. And then we have to go pawn to g4, but then we have no defenseless around our... Yeah, then the queen just comes in and there's too many threats against our king. So we want to capture the last pawn, but we also want to avoid our king being checked. Okay, Anna just took the pawn. Please, black, capture this pawn. No, she's too good. She's too good. She used the pawn as a decoy, and then she went back after the white king. That was a good move from her, considering the pressure that was against the pawns. Anna now made it to move 40, so Anna's gonna get her extra 30 minutes. But unfortunately, in the meantime, the safety of white's king has been compromised. Her opponent is planning to push the king out into the open, but frankly, the king might not be too unsafe there. It's not the worst thing in the world for Anna to have her king in the center, because then at least these pawns are offering some protection from the queen checks. I think actually this game is going to go on for a little bit longer. Black hasn't been super convincing in their method. Normally, winning with a whole bishop and a knight extra is very easy. But it is made a bit more tricky by the fact that the knight is needed to keep the king safe, and the fact that this bishop has quite a limited scope. Not to mention the fact that Anna right now has 4 pawns in trade for all of those. She's gonna lose one though. Anna's gonna lose this one. But she has to move into the center, because if she moves back into this, then the pawn will come here, and this is gonna be... Because here, all of black's pieces are pointed towards the king. Whereas if you start going into the middle, suddenly the black's forces are not coordinated against you as impressively as they were just a short moment ago. And if the knight comes to give the check, it's like... I was going to say there are some pitfalls here, but... Can we even construct a situation where Anna survives? Okay, so here she survives. Here the bishop got trapped on the edge of the board. And it's a draw. Yeah, would need a bit of a miracle, but as long as the opponent keeps thinking about their moves, I don't think there's a reason to resign the game. Let's check in with what has happened in the other games in the meantime during the time scramble. Inna remains 2 pawns up, and her opponent is going to resign within a very short time span. So that's 1-0 for Sweden. Lavinia has been able to push her pawns forward on the queen side. She's got 2 pawns working together, supported by a rook, trying to become a new queen. And frankly, that's going to be very successful. This pawn, support from the other pawn, support from the rook, that's precisely what it needs. It's just going to push forward to become a new queen. And Lavinia is going to win that game. Also winning, Pia, whose opponent has tried to create some craziness on the close to white's king. Somehow there's a black pawn now established itself next to the king. But it does appear that that pawn is unable to get the reinforcement it needs to actually strike back and prevent Pia from winning this game. So yeah, it's looking like 3-0. And then there's Anna's game. It could have been 4-0. Anna had such a promising position. But right now, 3-1 is looking more likely. Anna's opponent played very well. She was fantastic in that time scramble phase of the game, which frankly is the most important time of the game. She played that very, very impressively. And unfortunately, Anna has moved back into the diagonal with the bishop pointing down towards it. And she should not be able to survive. The good news about this h5 move is that it makes it more likely that Anna is able to trade off more pawns, which is generally kind of difficult in her position. Computer is saying it's checkmate in 9 moves, but I don't really understand how. Takes. Knight to f6 threatens bishop takes here. But then the queen can move, check on the king, attack on the bishop. The bishop is captured. And here the only way for black to win is queen check. If king moves here, the knight comes in, helping out for a checkmate. If the king moves up, you have to sacrifice your last remaining pawn, then get the knight in check, queen check, and if the king moves up, it's checkmate. If the king moves down, it's also checkmate. That is incredibly cute to give a checkmate with no pawns remaining. But that's also never gonna happen. Because, like, if black makes one mistake here, you lose the game instead of winning it. Like, if Anna can trade a queen when she has 5 pawns against 1 knight, there's no way the knight can stop all of those pawns at the same time. So basically what Anna is doing right here is she's trying to provoke her opponent into playing what is, we know that because we can see the engine. We know that this is checkmate in 10 moves. But the fact of the matter is that that checkmate was not super obvious. It included a sacrifice of a bishop, sacrifice of the last remaining pawn to see the knight and queen work together. And if that checkmate is so difficult to find, which it is, then it makes sense trying to lure the opponent into playing a move that will increase the likelihood of pawns being traded off. Because the fewer pawns black has remaining, the better chance you have of making a draw. Push comes to shove, maybe you can get knight and bishop versus king with no pawns remaining. That's quite an easy win for the knight and the bishop, but I once played against an international master who didn't know it. And I started getting optimistic, and at some point, I checkmated him. Well, he checkmated me by accident, basically. So he was so clueless, I had time to actually think, maybe he doesn't know this, maybe I'm gonna save myself. And then he kind of figured out the right way just by trying many different plans. Shots fired. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit salty about that game. I was winning out of the opening, and then somehow I end up losing it to a guy who barely knew how to give checkmate with knight and bishop. I was pretty pissed off. Queen f2, bishop. Yeah, no. If you look at the computer 3, you definitely can find ways to win. But so queen f2, this is maybe the best way of winning. The idea is that if white tries to protect the pawn with their queen, you can sacrifice your bishop very nicely. If the pawn recaptures, then you've opened up between the queens, and it's game over. And so the king has to recapture instead. But then somehow you've been so unfortunate that you placed your king and queen in such a way that you get forked by the knight. There's plenty of ways for black to win. I'm not dismissing that. But many of them include some kind of unobvious sacrifices. Which is and also if the queen goes here, Anna would not go here, right? She would go here because she wants to both protect the pawn and attack the bishop. And then the computer says pawn to h5 is checkmate in 5, but it's like any way to winning that game where black has to give away the bishop, that's already going to be very high on the tricky scale. Computer says queen takes bishop, pawn to g5. Checkmate in 2 moves. And it's like not even Magnus Carlsen would win the game in this fashion, right? You're looking to find ways of just capturing the pawns while protecting your bishop, not finding some kind of freak checkmate with the king on the edge of the board. Or if the queen comes back into defense, you go with a check on the king and the pawn with a final blow. Don't get me wrong, these checkmates are absolutely beautiful. But it's not going to happen in the game. Okay, h5 played. Queen back to keep defense. Trade between the pawns. And here, instead of going for the checkmate in 8 moves with knight to f6, which includes the sacrifice of the bishop, I would say the move played is more sensible. Bishop to b7. Just keeping the bishop safe and trying to increase the pressure in towards the white king. This is a good solution for how to win this. In the meantime, I suspect Inna has won her game. Okay, actually she hasn't, but it's gonna happen soon. Because Inna has a very straightforward plan of just pushing her pawn forward to kick the rook out. And when the rook is kicked out, well, there's no stopping what's going to be then 2 black pawns making their way over, becoming new queens. If white tries to approach this pawn, then Inna will play rook to c3, making sure that the white king is unable to get close to the pawns, and then the pawn will make its way up and become a new queen. Nicely done from Inna, who has had a fantastic tournament. Inna already beat an international master, and now she's beating this Paraguayan player who I believe has approximately the same rating. No, sorry. So Inna is 100 points higher rated, but 100 points is not that much. Inna's opponent, Vargas, is higher rated than Anna, for instance. So that is quite a few more rating points for Inna, and frankly, Inna could play for a norm in this tournament. She's going to need to face another international master, but that seems very likely to happen, especially if Sweden wins big, as it is looking right now. We've also had a lot of moves on Pia's board. And, well, the general thing that's happening is that Pia should be able to win. Since we were here last, the bishop came in to attack the knight. The knight got some defense, but the rook comes in. The rook points in towards the knight and towards the king. Pia gives up the pawn on the side of the board. So right now, Pia is only up by a singular pawn, but she's coming in with the rook, attack on the queen. And when the queen moves away, now Pia will have rook to c7. And it's impossible for black to both save the queen and save the knight at the same time. The queen cannot hold this diagonal because Pia just moved her rook to control these 2 squares. And indeed, this move has been played, And we're expecting a resignation from Pia's opponent now. As the well, you probably have to give up the queen, because if you save the queen, you lose the knight. Well, frankly, not only do you lose the knight, because then the rook comes in and then the queen comes in. Ooh! Oh my god, that would actually have been... So here, you could potentially play on as black with the idea that if the queen comes in here to give the final checkmate, you can sacrifice your own queen and then do a back rank checkmate with the rook. Oh, that's very nice. And then when you make this rook move, I think you have to say checkmate very convincingly. Hoping that your opponent doesn't realize that this queen is not only attacking the black king, but it can also capture behind. But I'm sure it would be worth a try. It would be worth a try to just checkmate. Or you don't even have to do the swindle with the rook. You just sacrifice your queen very convincingly. And sometimes that makes your opponent resign because they're like, oh my god, I didn't see this queen sacrifice and then the back rank checkmate. And they just assume that it works and resign. I don't know. Pia's opponent has resigned. Well done, Pia. An expertly played game, and it's 1-0 Sweden. Well, I don't know why Ina's opponent is thinking, but you know what? We're gonna put 2-0 Sweden because, frankly, Ina's opponent has no business thinking right now. Wait, did Ina do some thinking? Okay, I guess we can't call it just yet. For some reason, Ina has been thinking for 10 minutes after they made it to move 40. I don't think she had to consider anything big, though. How about Lavinia? They've been stuck on the same situation for a while now. Lavinia's opponent has just been thinking for 15 minutes straight, trying to figure out how to stop the very simple plan of this pawn just making its way over. And, well, the reason she's still thinking is because she's not figuring anything out. And we can tell her the answer to why. Because there is no solution. This pawn will make its way forward and it will win the game on Sweden's behalf. What would actually happen if someone declares checkmate, but it's not actually checkmate? It depends on whether the opponent accepts it. But if you shake your opponent's hand and thank them for the game, then you might lose, even if it wasn't checkmate. Because, I mean, what's the alternative, right? The game resumes after a complaint? I don't know. Did Anna make a mistake? No, she played the best move in the position. Is it technically a resignation then? Just don't be declaring checkmates unless you're completely convinced it is. But I'm certain that has happened in a tournament at some point. Someone declares checkmate, the other guy is like, oh, I didn't see that. And then they shake hands and deliver the result. In the circumcised, oh my god, I am completely out of it today. In a circumstance like that, I do think it's just better for all parties involved if just nobody notices. Like the worst thing about a checkmate that's not a checkmate is someone tells you what happened, because it's ignorance is bliss. As long as you don't know, everything is fine. Only happens 3,600 times a day in junior tournaments. I can imagine. There was a guy. There was a guy in the World Blitz Championship a couple of years ago who tried to claim that he won the game because he had made an illegal move and his opponent had not pointed out that it was an illegal move. Some Russian guy against Magnus tried to claim that because Magnus had not claimed an illegal move, he had won the game. And Magnus accepted it. That's the thing that baffles me the most about that story. Magnus wasn't like, oh yeah, I was winning the game, but because I didn't point out the illegal move, it makes sense that I lose. It was absolutely wild. And then after Magnus had kind of accepted the result, then I think someone in Magnus's team caught on to what was happening and kind of said, Magnus, you cannot accept this. And it ended up going to the chief arbiter, and the chief arbiter was like, of course you don't lose just because you don't point out an illegal move. Didn't they overturn that? They did, but it caused like a half an hour delay in the tournament because Magnus didn't stand his ground to begin with. And frankly, because Magnus didn't stand his ground, I'm not sure he was supposed to get that decision overturned, because you're supposed to complain in the moment, and if you accept the decision, then that's it. But it sounds unreal to me that Magnus would accept something as ludicrous as that. Like, he must have been in a very strange place mentally. Was Magnus like 12 at the time? I think he was like, I don't know, 29? It was just a couple of years ago. And I think it was like the first game in the entire tournament. You can look into it. I'm sure you can Google it. It was a very weird situation. I mean, the weird, maybe the fact that the arbiter thought that the other grandmaster had a point, that if you don't claim an illegal move, then somehow you're supposed to be punished for that. That's wild. But to me, the wildest thing is that the arbiter made an atrocious decision and Magnus kind of just went along with it. Why doesn't Black just go after the pawns in Anna's game? Um, well, right now I think nerves is in play also, right? Because you assume it's easy to win with a bishop and a knight more than the opponent, but suddenly you only have one pawn remaining, and that makes you kind of stressed out. If Black had gone after the pawns here, the pawn on a4, for instance, I feel like maybe Anna could try pawn to g5. And the idea is that if black captures the pawn, the king is actually stuck on the edge of the board. And you have to give up the knight to save your king, but then it's a draw. Because you win with a bishop and a knight, but you don't win with just a bishop or just a knight. So I think this move that was played is very good. Because you want to activate your pieces here. And you want to avoid getting your king trapped in any way. If Anna now... Oh, sorry. When I have it up on my screen, it's like... I forget that you guys can't see it. Okay, where did I start saying? Yeah, so if black had just gone after the pawn, then white could push their pawn, and the black king is actually a bit awkwardly placed because it's stuck in the corner. And if the knight moves up, you just take the knight. And well, yeah, if you lose one of these pieces, you're usually losing out on winning the game. But that's why I think this knight to f6 is a really good move. Because you're just maximizing your pieces while also making sure that your knight is not standing in the way of the king and you get yourself trapped there a little bit. And now if the queen comes in, check on the king, pressure on the bishop, then this is a pretty straightforward calculation, right? For once, you can sacrifice your bishop because then the checkmate that follows is very obvious. Whereas previously, whenever black sacrificed the bishop, the checkmate would always be some really weird stuff. And now black is also threatening bishop to c8. This is interesting. If you had gone knight to f6 here, then the queen moves in, check on the king. Queen takes the bishop and protects the pawn here so that there's no queen takes checkmate. But by first moving the bishop, forcing the queen into a defensive position, and then moving the knight, now not only does the queen takes bishop not work, but in addition, you can follow up by just moving the bishop back where it came from, because now there's no queen here check, because the queen had to move. And if the queen tries to return to its positioning in the center of the board, then, well, at the very least, black can just start capturing the stuff that the queen was supposed to protect. So, yeah, good move. King to h4 here is interesting, though, for Anna. This is her best way of fighting now, because then if the bishop returns, like we saw, we can go pawn to h3. So by moving the king up, we enable our pawn to protect the one on g4. And then so long as we keep these two pawns, we have some protection around our king. Still winning for black, of course, but you know, you gotta try and fight as best as you can. Now let's go back to the overview. Okay, still 1-0 Sweden. But Inna has started pushing her pawn forward, making its way to become a new queen. Inna is soon gonna have 4 pawns, 2 steps or less, away from becoming a new queen. So her opponent is going to rush the pawn on the side of the board. Ina is going to rush hers. And even though white then manages to get a new queen, so does black. And black does it while capturing a rook and also getting the immediate attack in against the white king. So that's reasonably easy. And then we only need a draw in one of the two remaining games. And Lavinia on board 4, she's going to supply the goods. She has this pawn 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. It's a draw if she wants to secure the match victory, but I suspect she's going to be more ambitious than that. She's going to go for the full win to maximize Sweden's victory. And then in the meantime, Anna is hoping for a miracle to survive a reasonably unsurvivable situation on her board. My dream is to shout checkmate to my opponent's face, slam the table, and use my fingers to flick the king. Yeah, that's the Dina Belenkaya school of chess, right? Distracting your opponent while you move their pieces out of position. It's very sneaky. Not very sportsmanlike. But in war, love, and chess, everything's allowed. Or so the people with no morals will tell you. It looks as though both Lavinia and Inna are trying to get new queens on the B file. It's a race. Who's going to win that? Lavinia right now 2 steps away. But Inna is making a quick progress. 3 steps away technically. But her opponent is lacking choice to a different degree than Lavinia's. Which is why I'm thinking Inna is going to be the one to put the 2-0 on the board first. Is English ELO rating same Fide ELO? So the answer is no. And in general, no rating systems are comparable. Every rating system has a different pool of players. And so even the chess.com blitz rating cannot be compared to the chess.com bullet rating or the chess.com rapid rating or the Fide classical rating or the Fide blitz rating or the English. But I will say one thing. The English Chess Federation has this really weird rating system where the best rating is like 250. It's basically the Fahrenheit of the chess world. You can go research it. I don't even know what they call it, but they got some weird stuff, and the only place you can find that system is in England. Haven't they ended that? I don't know. Have they? They changed it? Okay. Well, still, it was unique. I will tell you that. Unique is kind of the code word you use when you don't want to say what you actually mean. What's the rule on players falling asleep at the board? Is a teammate or captain allowed to wake them? I mean, I would guess the answer is no. But if you're falling asleep at the board, yeah, that's the least of your worries. You shouldn't worry whether you're gonna draw or win your chess game. You should look into your health at that point. I really want to put 2-0 up on the scoreboard. Uh Lavinia is now one step away from getting a new queen with that pawn. Ina's still 3 moves away. But the problem is, Lavinia's opponent is quicker at getting everyone back in defense. So for Lavinia to get that final step forward is going to be a slight challenge. Whereas Ina has another pawn in that same area to just make it work instantly. Also, if Ina wants to be kind of boring and doesn't want to allow the thing with the new queen for both players, Ina could also just go with the pawn up here and then with a rook back, and you just prevent the opponent from getting a new queen. And then you get your own new queen on the other side. I make fun of chat complaining that people don't resign, but the fact that Ina's opponent hasn't resigned yet is weird. My general policy is that whenever your opponent play their moves instantly, no matter what you do, and you know that you're obviously going to lose the game, that's probably the right point to start thinking about resigning. So to use the example of one of ours, we have who should be resigning soon, which is Anna. As long as her opponent spends more than, I want to say, 15-20 seconds for a move, I think it's perfectly fine to continue playing. Can you show the mate in 13? Queen to g2, apparently. How does that work? Ooh, that's kind of nice. Queen here, pawn takes, and then check, checkmate. The queen covers this, and then the bishop takes care of the 2 remaining squares. That's very nice. You can also here go pawn to g5, lure the queen onto that square, and then it's checkmate. This is kind of more aesthetically pleasing because it's cool giving a checkmate when you have no pawns remaining. Yeah, I like this one. Why did I not... We were so busy thinking about all the checkmates, we didn't consider the queen trade. Okay, to be fair, I have said that after the queen trade, it's incredibly easy for black. I think I stand by that statement. But at the same time, when I made the statement, I did also consider the fact that I can give a checkmate with knight and bishop as if it's nothing. And you never really know. Anna's rook endgames were difficult to predict the level of without knowing her personally. So you never really know what kind of endgames people have studied. So I'm going to say Anna has a chance of saving this if she can get the last pawns traded off. Very diplomatic? I don't think that was very diplomatic at all. I was flaming my the star of the show. But the question is, how do we get this pawn? So right now, I'm thinking if we allow the pawn on h2 to be captured, then there's never any chance of us having a pawn to trade with this one. So I think that makes sense. If the pawn here is captured, that's over for us. There's no way we're coming back from that. Is there? I mean, it would be sensational. So I think this one is very important to keep. So that's why I'm thinking king back. We let this one be captured. Pawn forward. And now if they take this one, we try and create a circumstance where we can get our king back here and then trade off the pawns. The problem is the computer allows us to do these trades because the computer knows that giving a checkmate with knight and bishop is not a very difficult thing to do. And what if black was a bit more attentive to trying to prevent what we were doing? Such as playing pawn to g6. We escape with this one. Now we lose this one. We can never get this pawn trade because anytime we get close, anytime we get ready to make the trade, the bishop is just going to give a check. Yeah, I think my original statement stands. After the queen trade, there's just no chance. We could go pawn here and hope that the opponent captures here. Because here we would get the trade, I think. The problem is if we go here to create this square for the king, what if they just take this one? Because now we're never going to get this one traded with anything. The only thing must be if we get the king in somehow. But that's never going to happen. Okay, Anna tries king g3. So she's thinking the same that we're thinking. She wants to keep this pawn to try and trade with that one. The problem is after h4, g6 is just a very effective way of making sure that we're never going to get this trade. And then worst case, the bishop can come help out. Okay, so let's say after h4, her opponent takes the pawn. Are we then in business? I think so, right? Okay, maybe bishop here to attack. Bishop takes. The knight tries to kick the king out. Check. Ah, oh, darn it. We can't have the king next to the pawn so that, yeah. Yeah. Even if black just captures everything, even then we're not managing to trade off the pawns. C'est la vie. Okay, Ina has prevented her opponent from getting a new queen. Lavinia has managed to trade off the queens. I don't know how she managed to do that, but that's a big deal. Lavinia is 100% going to win the game now. On the bottom right, she's going to use this extra pawn she has over here as a decoy. She's not going to do anything to prevent white from capturing that one. But while the white king is busy over here, the black king is going to go to the other side and then take this one. And then take this one. And then to make the frustration the maximum, she's going to take the last one as well and win with, well, plenty to spare. So Sweden is winning the match. That's the good news. The bad news is Anna, unfortunately, is going to lose this endgame. Did Anna blunder badly? Anna got herself trapped in some very tricky tactical variations when she only had 3 minutes remaining. So blunder badly, I would say, is a question of your definition. I will say that her opponent played perfectly in the very tricky phase of the game. So credit to her for that, but at the same time, during the game, we were very optimistic on Anna's behalf because she had a really nice opening. Yeah, I don't know what this bishop move is about. Doesn't really do anything. It doesn't attack, nor does it help. Anna might manage to trade the pawns now. So now if the knight moves to c4, then pawn to g6. And you can go after these. But while you're busy going after them, Anna has time to trade off the pawns. Maybe. Oh, you can see. Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm waiting on this overview screen because I'm just waiting to input the results. They're going to happen any second now. Okay, let me go back. So I was saying, after this bishop move, it doesn't really attack anything. And it doesn't really stop the pawns from getting further forward either. So after king to f4, which is what Anna did, then I was saying knight here. If she now goes pawn g6, I think pawn to g6 is important now, because that prevents the opponent from doing their own pawn to g6 blockading plan. Because we kind of stumbled upon that earlier, that it was difficult making the pawn trade happen on a light square, because the bishop could always attack us on the light square. So if now pawn to g6, the knight can make its way over here to capture, well, everything. Okay, no, here. So when the knight comes here to attack the pawn escapes. So we always try to escape with the pawns for as long as possible. And then when black does the fork, we move the king up here, and then we push up. And while black is busy capturing the pawn over here, then we get the trade we want. And of course, this is still winning for black, but then it becomes a question of whether you know how to give a checkmate with a knight and bishop. And not everyone knows how to do that. In fact, I think after the game, we're going to ask Anna if she knows how to do that. She has played g6. Great move. That is actually a very good move. It's insanely hard. It's pretty easy. But it helps having done it a couple of times. I think it is fair to say that there's a lot in chess that most people find hard and which I find easy. I once saw Magnus checkmating Hikaru Nakamura on ICC. So this was back in the day, before chess.com. We're talking 2005. I saw Magnus checkmating Nakamura with a bishop and queen versus bishop and knight versus king. And Magnus did it with only like 18 seconds on the clock. It was unreal. In a 1, thank you. Okay, Sweden, Paraguay, 2-0. And that's only the start of it, because we do have an expectation that Lavinia is going to make it 3-0 soon enough. Did Hikaru enjoy it? I suspect he didn't. Okay, notice how Paula is playing pretty quickly now. Is that because she's confident that she knows how to checkmate with knight and bishop? Or has she some kind of trick to avoid the pawn trade? Ooh, damn it. Knight to d2. Oh, that's a brilliant move. Knight to d2. And then Anna cannot play king up because the knight gives a check. King has to move. Knight takes the pawn. King tries to do this again. But then the knight returns and then you cannot get close to make that pawn trade. Once again, I forgot the... Can we just agree that I stick on this screen for the rest of the day? Okay, so Anna's opponent suddenly playing very quickly. Possibly a bad sign. The key move in this position, knight to d2. Knight to d2 is a killer. Because Anna's plan is to go king up here and then trade off the pawns. How can black prevent that? Well, knight here anticipates the king moving up. Then the knight gives a check on the king, attack on the pawn. The king has to move back. The knight takes the pawn. The king returns. And now the knight returns as well, with the pawn supporting it. And the king is unable to offer support to the h6 square because the knight is controlling the square we need. And the bishop is protecting the knight, making sure that we don't get that access. So knight to d2, I believe, is the only move that avoids the bishop and knight checkmate. It's happening. It's happening. Bishop here, that is not the move. That is not the move. I think we're getting the knight and bishop versus king endgame. The infamous one. Mate in 61. Well, it's still calculating. Now it's made in 59, 58. What are you saying? King e5, knight to e5. h6 doesn't work because of check? How does this not work? I'm still protecting the pawn. You can check your way to the e4 square. And then if I attack the knight, you can take the pawn. But frankly, are you not concerned at this point that I'm getting a new queen? I guess you're very lucky. The square this pawn needs to get to is a white square, which is the same as the bishop. If this bishop had been on the dark squares, this would have been a draw. Yeah, okay, maybe you're right. We're not guaranteed to get the knight and bishop endgame just yet. There's a fair chance, but it's not guaranteed. Also, after pawn here and check, king here is a very interesting move. Because then after pawn takes pawn, now I'm rushing the pawn to become a new queen. And the only save that's very obvious for black is that you can go here and then you have the fork, but it's like, if you don't have the fork, you lose the game. Okay, we're gonna find out soon enough. Anna's going for the pawn trade. In case we get into the endgame, black must give checkmate within 50 moves. That's a rule. Chat is suggesting we count to 50 if that happens. Do you want me to do it out loud? Should I try to find some kind of counting graphic that we can put on screen? You think there's any chance I'm gonna count to 50 without losing track, at least at one point? I can't even keep track of the scenes in the streaming software. Can we count in Swedish? Sure. Then we can both count and learn something. I may have to look up the Swedish numbers. Count in every language I know. She's hesitating. It's a good sign, if nothing else, that black is still thinking about this. She has a couple of ways of avoiding the endgame yet, unfortunately. Yeah, 27 in Swedish is going to be a challenge. It makes the Swedish language really remind me of the Danes. Did you just pretend he was an owl? Just counting in Swedish, my friends. Okay, we may not get the count, unfortunately. Knight to f3 on the board, good move. GG. Let's not say GG's just yet. Give her a little moment. Let's check in with Lavinia. Lavinia is executing her endgame with great precision. Lavinia's opponent is down below 1 minute remaining. So we're going to get a couple of quick moves there before switching our attention back to Anna. And this time I'm going to remember to move back to Anna's board before doing all my analysis. Well, I say that, but you never know. What happens if h5? Yeah, this is me doing analysis on the wrong board. We'll find out now, because that's what she did. But we think the main issue... Well, actually, there's two issues. Knight to d2 and knight to d6. Basically, the knight is going to move and then give a check on the king. And then you give up the knight in order to avoid the trade of pawns. And here, only winning move, king to g7. But it's kind of obvious. Basically, if black just rushes the pawn trying to get a new queen, then Anna wins because she actually traps the black king at the edge of the board together with her own king. The eval, yeah, it's not looking great. So knight to e6, only move that avoids the endgame. She played it well. That's the honest truth. She was very good in the time scramble. And then in this endgame, she avoided the dreaded bishop and knight endgame. Now, pawn takes pawn, followed by king forward. And the reason black wins this is because the bishop controls the h1 square. One of the weirdest draw situations in chess is that with a pawn and a bishop, when the pawn is on the edge of the board and the bishop does not control the corner square, the game is a draw, even though you're up by a pawn and a bishop. It's crazy. But here, the bishop does control the corner, so that kind of ruins some of the excitement in it. Okay, here we are. Final move that can pose any sort of an issue. If she doesn't play king to g7, the game is a draw. And frankly, if she does something like pawn to h5, the game is a win for Anna. It's such an obvious move. Yeah, there's no way she's messing that up. But it is my job to point it out still. But she finds it and she wins the game. Well done. And speaking of well done, Lavinia has 3 pawns more than her opponent. So even if Anna loses, it is going to be a win for the Swedish ladies today. And Ina Agrest is one of the... Well, it's difficult to be the top scorer in the team when Pia is on the team. But Ina is keeping the competition with Pia close. And she might be able to achieve something big on that board too. And we spoke to Anna the other day about what are the goals of the team. And I was expecting her to say that the goal was to beat Norway, but they are more ambitious than that. They don't care about some petty Scandinavian rivalry. Instead, they're hoping to get a top 20 placement. And, well, that's possible. All the placements are basically decided by your results in the last couple of rounds. The first 6 rounds genuinely have limited effect on your tournament unless you're fighting for the medals. Because you can always, if you manage to win the last 3 matches, you can overtake so many teams. Lavinia now has an extra queen, yet the game is not over. Is that punishment for Anna playing on with a bishop? Less? I don't know. Lavinia does have checkmate in 2-ish moves. I just want to input the scores. I'm just gonna do it. This is not according to the scorekeeper's manual, but I'm taking some liberties. 3-1, Sweden versus Paraguay. A good fight. Exciting games. Pia crushing it against a women's grandmaster. Anna's opening, another success in the Nimso, yet it turns sour later on, just like it did against the French team. And Lavinia with a nice win on the final, on the 4th board. You're so gonna jinx this? Yeah, when you guys make comments like that, it makes me realize how much you need me to do commentary. Because it makes me realize that, oh, you guys really have no idea what's going on. Grumpy Hammer makes an appearance 5 hours into the game. This sounds so mean. It genuinely was pretty mean. Hence the sound. Paula saved the grace of Paraguay. She did play a very good game. It was well fought. You can't handle the truth. So here, the key to why this is... So Anna's doing the only thing you're supposed to do. Like, if you're going to play on in a completely losing position, the least you can do is make your moves in 4 seconds or less. And that's what Anna is doing right now. I don't mind you playing on as long as you don't kind of drag it out. Anna looking for stalemate? Yeah, but that's why the bishop controlling the corner is such an important thing. Because when the bishop controls the corner, there's no stalemate. But when it doesn't, there's nothing but stalemates. So she's going to try and keep her king here standing in the way of the pawn. And the idea is that the pawn cannot pass this h2 square because black doesn't have a dark square bishop to push the king away. But the trick here is that you can push the king away from this square by using the Zugzwang maneuver. Basically, you have to move, so you have to retreat. If white could say, pass, I don't want to move, then there's no way black could win this position. But because that's not allowed, Anna loses as she has to retreat, giving up control of the dark square. However, if Anna had been one step further back, imagine if there had been no first rank. Then Anna wouldn't have any moves to make and it would be stalemate instead of Zugzwang. And that's why the control of the corner square is so important. Because then white can still make a blockade on the opposite colored square, but then you get Zugzwanged out of the corner and you cannot hide here because the bishop has it under control. So you're forced out of the corner and then black gets a new queen. Okay, we have results confirmed. Anna has resigned her game. Well done to the Paraguayan player. And also checkmate on the board for Lavinia. It's 3-1 for Sweden, a respectable result, but we were hoping for more. It did look like it could be more during the games, but unfortunately in time scramble, Anna faced some really difficult decisions and didn't have enough time to figure them out. Okay, we're gonna hear from the main attraction herself and see how she's feeling with the team having won but her having lost. It's a tough one, knowing what to feel.
Hello,
When
Hammer.
there's good things and bad things at the same time. Hold on, I forgot to do the pop out. Okay, you're on.
Hello, Hammer. There's a dog that is following me, so I'm going to like move out because I'm slightly scared of
Do
this
you
dog.
not like animals?
I do, but this dog is looking at me with very big eyes, and it's also like.
Chat were very
Okay,
upset with me when I told them I don't like animals and I think dogs are scary.
Okay, I got really scared of this dog. Okay, alright, I'm
I
moving out.
sympathize.
Okay, anyways, Hammer, this is a disaster. I was gonna play Queen C3 and then I played Queen A5, and I don't know why I played Queen A5. If I play Queen C3, I can never lose. She just has to go Knight D7, and I'm sad. It was horrible. Complete disaster.
Yeah, that's
I just didn't
unfortunate.
realize that she had Knight takes E. I literally just missed Knight takes E8, and so yeah. I thought she was gonna go Rook takes, and I thought Rook E1, and I thought everything was fine, and then she goes Knight takes, and I realized that I'm lost.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Well, knight takes was not an obvious move, right?
Well, I just really thought she was gonna take with the. I don't know. I just thought Knight takes, that it was so slow and that I definitely had time to defend. And it just, yeah, but I just don't. Yeah, I don't know. I just completely missed it, and then I realized that I was losing. But okay, I was missing so many things. I felt like she was constantly making moves that I just wasn't seeing. So I don't know. I feel like I was just playing badly. Um,
You were outplaying her though. Like you said, if you had gone queen c3 instead of queen a5, you're like covering everything.
yeah. I went Queen A5 because I wanted her to go Queen E5 because I thought it was a mistake, and I thought, oh, now she will do it. And I thought I was just winning after it because I thought she just blunders the pawn on C5, and I didn't get that. Yeah, I think I just slightly underestimated her, and I just completely felt like it was, or thought that it was fine.
She played
Um,
that phase of the game amazingly well.
yeah, no, she played really well. Like, props to her, like she was playing really well, and she took some difficult decisions, and like she played pretty well, I thought. Um, so yeah, I don't know. It was really just that I didn't go Queen C3, and yeah. It's just really annoying because when I went Queen A5, I was looking at my queen, and I think I went Queen A5 because I had planned it for so many moves to go Queen A5, like in the previous part of the game. So I constantly had that move in mind, and then when I played it, I just looked at my queen and at my position. I was like, why did I not just play Queen C3? This makes no sense. And yeah, and then I was really annoyed at myself. But yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't really know. I had a horrible time management. I just, yeah, she never plays the Nim, so she always plays the Benoni. So I thought, okay, I have to switch it up because I wanted to play something different. But then I
Yeah.
haven't really played this E3 line before, so I wasn't exactly sure about what the plans were. And then I think I spent too much time in the opening because of that.
Yeah, but it was fine, right? Because you spent some time, but you made some really good decisions, and like the position you had out of the opening was very very good for you.
Yeah, yeah,
I don't know. I don't think it was. I thought it was. I thought it's good that you're challenging yourself, right? And the fact that you spent 4.5 minutes on E3, well, it made it very clear to us that you were not expecting the Nimzo. Because
yeah.
when
No,
you
she.
know what you're when you're in your preparation, you always play instantly.
Yeah, yeah. No, so then I thought, okay, I'll play it. I liked it. Yeah, it was literally just that I don't know if my plan of A4 bishop A3 even is good. It was one of those positions where I felt like I was better, but I wasn't exactly sure of how to capitalize on it.
Yeah,
And it was just kind of annoying because I just felt like I'm better, but what do I do? And so then
yeah,
my plan became to isolate the C5 pawn, and yeah, and so I went for this idea of A4 bishop A3. But yeah, I just missed queen E5, queen B2.
yeah, yeah. No, I was recommending this B takes C5 as well, but I wanted to follow it up with Queen A5 instantly though. But
Yeah, I was thinking about going queen A5 instantly in the beginning before I went bishop A3. Maybe that would have been the play, but I wanted to win, and I thought maybe she can hold on in that endgame.
yeah,
So, but yeah, I mean, I was looking at queen A5 before. That's why I think that's why I played it after, like I said,
yeah,
because I constantly had that move in my brain throughout the game. Yeah, it
mm,
was just not the same when the bishop was not on B2 anymore.
yeah. Bishop doesn't control this E5 square, so when she went Queen A5, the queen managed to somewhat annoyingly infiltrate against all of these pieces.
Yeah. But yeah, so can I play queen a5, the move before, instead of
Yeah.
yeah.
I
So I
wanted it
should
to
just
move earlier than that again, but I guess
yeah,
it's just
yeah.
always possible. The computer says it's like very close to a draw, but white is always going to be better than with the bishops and the control of the d file. It
Yeah.
feels very nice for white, but your problem is that when you go into these endgames, your bishop on e2 it's very obvious that the bishop is being restricted by its own pawns. So you make
Mhm.
this argument that you have, their bishop is terrible in the corner, that you're controlling the open file, but it still becomes a tricky thing to that stage from having well placed pieces to actually making the winning breakthrough. And I think that's the typical thing when you face a lower rated player, right? If you feel like the breakthrough is gonna be a bit difficult to find, then your instinct is often just to avoid it altogether. But
Yeah.
my impression, having played for quite a few years, is that if a breakthrough exists, or even if it doesn't exist, just as long as you're able to maintain continued pressure on the opponent, they're gonna crack at some point,
Yeah.
especially if they're lower rated. So at some point, I just, in very blocked off positions and closed positions, I just decided I'm not really gonna be scared of this anymore, because I will find some idea that will stress them out, and
Yeah.
then they will crack under the pressure at some point.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's smart. Yeah. It was this just feels like a stupid way to lose, but it's what it is.
Yeah,
Um
well, it was, but
yeah.
she
But okay, I
she
mean
played
Sweden
the
won.
tactical phase very well. She had like 10 perfect moves in a row.
Yeah, she did. And yeah, I think it's important to not underestimate anyone here. Like people are at the Olympiad, you never know what's gonna happen, and people sometimes play better than what you think they will. And yeah, I think I slightly underestimated her. But yeah, um, okay, Hammer, I think I'm gonna go and cry. No, I'm not gonna cry. I'm probably gonna go and sleep. I'm so tired. I'm gonna try to get a good
Would you
rest.
do you think it's fair to say, because this is my experience over the years, that everyone is more tired after the rest day than before?
Um, I don't know. I mean, I came to the game feeling very energized and motivated, but then the position was so difficult that I just spent so much brain power on it and I couldn't really fully understand what to do. And yeah, I think I'm more just tired from the game more than anything, but I feel
Okay.
fine. Like, I'm excited to play.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah.
No, so it's not like, because in my experience, the rest day is just full of people being social and stuff like that, and I find that pretty energy draining.
Yeah. No, I guess that's true. But I'm still motivated. Like, this was not. I think if this would have affected the team, significantly, as in like this would have changed the result of the match,
Yeah.
I would have been really upset. But because Sweden won, I feel like this was more a personal lesson that I have to take from this, and I feel really motivated still. So
Yeah.
I don't. It's I was actually fully joking. Like I'm definitely not gonna. I've cried for chess, but today's not a day I would cry for chess. Like this was not. I truly feel like she played really well in the moments when she should play well, and it was just one of those games where she played better than me there. So it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
both Pia and Inna are having good tournaments, right?
they are, which I'm really happy about. Like my mom, when she has a good tournament, she's in such a good mood, and she's in a good mood now, and I'm just happy to see her happy. And in as well, I'm really happy that she's doing so well. Like board 1 and 2 are amazing, so it's we just gotta we gotta step up on the lower boards. But yeah, Lavinia played really well today as well. I saw, which
Yeah.
was fun. So yeah, I mean it's we still got a lot of rounds to go. We won the match, so we're gonna play someone probably pretty strong, and I'm just excited about that. So in an open tournament, when you lose, you know, really like lose, and then you have to play someone lower rated and whatever. Here I'm losing, but we won the match, so we're still like winning, you know, as a team. So I guess that's the good part.
Sounds good. I'm gonna let you go. Are you doing a raid on your end? Can you do that on a cell phone
Absolutely, I
without
will do the
sounding too much
greatest
of
raid
a?
of all time.
Yeah. Okay.
I will do the greatest raid. Do not worry, Hammer. Do not worry. Yeah, I'm really excited for tomorrow. We'll see if we'll see who plays. Let me see who I raid. So,
Tomorrow's round starts at 3 p.m. local time in Budapest. Have you figured out how to pronounce Budapest?
Budapest.
Budapest?
Budapest.
Budapest? I
Budapest.
just know it's supposed to be some kind of shh, and I haven't really perfected it.
Am I doing it wrong?
I don't know. I can barely hear you at this stage.
Okay, sorry. Okay, there we go. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching and cheering me on. You guys are amazing. I'm sorry I lost and played bad. But I'm gonna try to play better the next game. That's the most important thing. And I'm gonna learn the E3 Nim, so I might start playing this and just surprise Hammer. You know what I should do, Hammer? I'm just gonna start playing 1B3. I have had enough of theory. I'm gonna start playing 1B3. That's it.
But you know they sometimes call that the Danish opening? Do you really want to be associated with something like that?
If I win, I do.
Okay.
If I win, I absolutely do. I've had enough of these weird Nimsos, so I'm just gonna play 1B3 and see what happens. Alright. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. You guys are amazing. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, Twitch. If you have not watched the recaps of the previous rounds on YouTube, then please watch them. And send some support for tomorrow. We won the match. Tomorrow we continue. Good day for Sweden, bad day for Anna, but that's okay. It's a team competition. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching.